Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees a boxing legend coming back into the ring for another time. No, I'm not talking about Rocky, I'm talking about Creed 3, hitting store shelves along with the DC superhero sequel Shazam! Fury of the Gods. D&D gaming coming to live action in Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. The sci-fi thriller 65, along with a little bit of Criterion love for the 1991 drama classic Thelma and Louise, and Scream Factory is putting out a 4K collector's edition release of the 1991 Wes Craven classic, The People Under the Stairs, plus much more. So let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody, we are in at Walmart, and I'm seeing some new release love. Oh, indeed I do. How about we get down to business, shall we? Because we got a lot to talk about, including a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons love. Oh, you bet your ass we do, with Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. The 4K digital for $29.96, the Blu-ray digital for $24.96, and the DVD for $19.96. Ah, yes. For all you Dungeons and Dragons lovers out there, which, actually, there's quite a bit of you, man. I mean, it definitely has a huge following. And so why not make a movie that is worthy of the fan base? Possibly. We'll get into it, guys. But I actually got a chance to watch this in the movie theaters, and I watched it by myself. Yeah, none of the guys wanted to go. They weren't interested. John had no interest. Bob could care less. Nick is not a fan of Dungeons and Dragons at all. Hell, even my girlfriend. Yeah, she really wanted nothing to do with it. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm going alone, man. So I braved the movie theater alone to watch this movie. Now, I'm going to be honest, man. I am not somebody that is a Dungeons and Dragons lover. In fact, I'll be honest with you, I've never even played the damn game. I know, you guys are like, really? You're such a geek and a nerd, you've never played Dungeons and Dragons? Well, I've played Magic the Gathering. Does that kind of count? Kinda, sorta, maybe. Please kind of take it, because that's all I got, man. But I've heard a lot of people really love it, and it's something that people have grew up with and has had good times with friends over and connected through their love of Dungeons and Dragons. So even though I've never played it, I've got to admit to you, I respect it. And so when the trailers were coming out for this movie, I thought it looked fun. It looked exciting, adventurous. I was kind of up for it, man. I like the snarky, cheeky humor, the quirky characters, and so I was willing overall to at least give it a chance. And so here we are, man. And I'm going to admit to you, after I left the movie theater, my main thought is, this is a really damn good movie. Seriously, man, I had a boatload of fun with this flick. Even though I'm not a fan of the Dungeons and Dragons world, and there's a lot of things that easily go over my head, certain sayings and creatures and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what any of this really means, I kind of just sat back and enjoyed the ride. And when I did, man, was it absolutely fun. And it was just a really great thrill ride with really unique characters, funny humor, and some really adventurous action set pieces that I got really excited over and genuinely had a few great thrills attached to it. And that's all I was really asking for this movie. I wasn't wanting this movie to revolutionize the world. I didn't want this movie to blow my mind away with crazy revelations or shit. That's for other movies, man. This just needed to be a very fun, quirky, old school style adventure movie with some really great characters that you get to know and love and root for, and that's exactly what I got, man. The acting is fantastic here. I really like the special effects. I like the creativity and the imagination behind this film, and I overall, man, just really love the shit out of this movie. And I thought that for me, being somebody that goes into this film knowing no knowledge of Dungeons and Dragons and have never played a single moment from any of the games, I really felt thrilled by this, and I kind of now want to dive into the Dungeons and Dragons world. If it's as cool as this movie is, if the game is half as thrilling as what this movie was, then consider me a huge fan. Seriously, it was really, really well made, and I loved the snappy dialogue, and I loved the handsome rogue hero of Chris Pine, and I rarely ever say that, guys. I mean, I loved Hugh Grant here. Michelle Rodriguez is badass, my baby. Oh, I love Michelle Rodriguez, man, and she still kicks ass to this very day, yeah. And all of the weird witchcraft and the cool little oddities and the weird creatures that inhabit this world, and all of the great cool little castles and kingdoms and all the dragons. Dude, it was so great, man, and I just love the shit out of it. And so, I didn't know what to expect out of this movie. I walked in really kind of just going in blind, and man, I had a fun and really adventurous and just a great thrilling time at the movies, man. Whether you're a newbie, whether you're a seasoned veteran of Dungeons & Dragons, I think you'll really like it because it goes back to old school adventure films from back in the day. And when you do that, you can never go wrong. Dungeons & Dragons, hey, you don't need to be a part of the world to enjoy it. And movies like this is a great way to dip your toe into the ever-expanding fantasy realm that is Dungeons & Dragons, D&D, baby. It is still surviving to this day, and movies like this prove that its charm and endurance is well worth all of the fans that it has around the world. This movie is definitely an absolute, no doubt about it, winner. Dinos get a futuristic spin in 65. Yes, the 4K Blu-ray digital for $27.96, the Blu-ray digital for $22.96, and the DVD for $19.96. No differing artwork or anything like that. Just Adam Driver with a big ass gun and a dinosaur skull in the background. That's all you really need, baby. To explain this movie, that's really all you ever really need to just be like, hey, yeah, that's what you're getting, folks. Yeah, it is, man. And I got a chance to see this in the movie theater with Nick. Now, I technically wasn't really interested in seeing it in the movie theater, but Nick was, and I'm like, why necessarily? And he's like, dude, I like me some dinosaurs, okay? Give me a break. And I'm like, okay, fine. Fair enough, man. I'll go with you to the movie theaters to see it. And indeed, we did, man. And it's basically about Adam Driver's character, who is transporting these people to another planet. He goes through this asteroid field. He crash lands on this planet. Oh, by the way, it's Earth, but it's something he's never really encountered before, with all of these dinosaurs, or what he would consider these alien creatures. And it's about survival and hopefully finding a way home, as indeed it is, man. And I gotta admit, after watching the movie, I didn't love it. I mean, there's moments where I kind of liked the movie, but it wasn't what I was hoping for, man. It's a little too melodramatic for its own good. A little on the nose at times as well. I mean, I get it. He's saving the little girl because it reminds him of his own daughter, and if he's saving her, then he's saving humanity and saving a piece of himself in the process that died with his daughter. I get it all, man. Just, I don't know, it didn't quite work for me. And on top of that, you don't really get to know the characters all that much, man. I mean, you know a little bit about Adam Driver, but not as much as you like. The circumstances of what he's doing and why he's doing it, and you get a lot of backstory through flashbacks of his time with his daughter and her being sick and ill. But outside of that, you don't really know what makes him tick, or the fact that whether he's a soldier or he's this corporate entity driver. Like, you have no idea, man. You're just going through the motions with this guy on this crashed planet with killer dinosaurs all over the place, and it's basically just a survival movie for the fact of being a survival movie. That's really all it is, man. And so at the very least I thought, okay, well, maybe there's cool dinosaurs, right? Okay, badass dinos chomping on people, blood, guts, gore. I gotta admit, dude, you don't really even get that. It's limp dick in that department. I mean, even the dinosaurs aren't really as scary or as effective as I'd like them to be. And I'm like, dude, I don't really get to know the characters. I can't really care for anybody. On top of that, you don't really get any great dinosaur action, dinosaurs chomping on people. You don't even get that shit, man. It's just all around kind of a limp dick movie. I mean, so-so, okay, average at best. Time waster, maybe, but it doesn't showcase the dinosaurs in a really great way. You don't get really great dynamic dinosaur action. I mean, you get some cool gadgetry that the guy has, some cool weaponry, but outside of that, been there, done that, man. I could watch the Carnosaur movies and probably get a little bit more entertainment out of that shit. Alright? I probably would, all things considered, man. It's cool to see a badass Adam Driver. It's cool to see dinosaurs roaming the earth, but I'm like, man, you have a really great concept, a prehistoric earth, this futuristic guy. It's an interesting thought, an interesting idea, but it doesn't work. And I don't know what you could have done to improve it. I mean, well, there are ways. I mean, first of all, you could have made it rated R. That might help. You have rampaging, vicious dinosaurs, and you barely do anything unique or interesting or really killer with them. I mean, okay, there have been other PG-13 dinosaur movies like Jurassic Park, but that was PG-13 for back in the day. You still got dinosaurs chomping on people. You got a little bit of blood and gore, so yeah, I'll take Jurassic Park PG-13 over 65 PG-13 any day of the week, clearly. But maybe getting to know the characters more, maybe better action. I don't know, man. I mean, great concept, really great idea for a story, but you don't really do anything interesting that's worth a damn in this thing. I could watch better movies that have better dinosaur action. I could watch better futuristic movie with better killer sci-fi tech. And I can actually watch a movie that is adventurous and exciting and thrilling with characters that I actually kind of enjoy and understand and can kind of root for. This movie has none of that. And I was just left feeling very empty and kind of feeling like it was a waste of my time. Hell, even Nick didn't really like it. I mean, he had some moments that he liked, but overall, he thought it was pretty goddamn lame. And I'm like, is this the dinosaur movie you were expecting? And he's like, nope, not really. Exactly. Some dinosaur movies are really good. Others are quite the disappointment and embarrassment. And then there's 65, which is a big, fat, nothing burger. Yo, Adrian! Wait a minute. That's the wrong film, isn't it? Fuck. Shit. It's the same franchise, but okay, well, shit, it's all the same anyways. We'll just go with it. In Creed 3, yes, the 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.96. If they have the Blu-ray, it'd be $24.96, but they do have the DVD, and that is $19.96. Not bad, and I kind of like it. I don't know if the Blu-ray has different art necessarily, but the DVD does, and so does the 4K, and that is pretty goddamn cool, man. You know how I like the differing artwork depending on the formats, and we've got it yet again. Pretty damn sweet, man. Good old Creed, man. You know, look, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I wanted to watch it in the movie theater, but I just honestly never got around to it, man. There was always something else to do, always something else to watch, and I just kept putting it on the back burner for weeks. I'm like, I'll get to the movie theater to watch that eventually, and quite frankly, eventually never came. So I just ended up just watching it on Amazon Prime when I was able to watch it. Why not, man? I mean, come on. Whatever means necessary, right? Yeah, you know how it is. You indeed do. So yes, I finally got to watch it, and I'm gonna be honest, man. I have definitely loved the Creed movies. I think they're a nice little different offshoot of the Rocky universe and expanding it in a really clever and interesting way and keep the franchise going, make it more youthful, however you want to call it, man. But I like what they've been able to do, reinvigorating this franchise, bringing in a different flavor to it. I've liked it, man. And I knew eventually they were going to have to make a Creed 3, right? Because Creed was so fucking successful. Creed 2, man, made shitloads of money. So I'm like, yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer that they're at least going to make a third movie, right? And so here we are, man. And basically, it's about Adonis, and he's fighting his last fight. He's heading towards retirement. I'm thinking, wait a minute. We're only in the third film, baby, and you're already ready to retire? You goddamn millennials. Ready to quit on us already? Oh, man. So, look, I was like, okay, he's ready to retire, I guess, but hey, he's going to retire on a high note, right? On his own terms. Cool. And someone from his past ends up coming and reminding him of the shady things that he used to deal with when he was younger, and this guy who he used to call a friend may eventually become an enemy in and out of the ring. Yeah, so even all of the boxing complications that come from there, man. Now, look, I'm gonna be honest here. I still have a lot of great things to say about this. I mean, Michael Jordan still brings it every single time, man. He is so good as Adonis. He is so fantastic here. Jonathan Majors, man, Jonathan Majors is toe-to-toe with Michael B. Jordan. I mean, seriously, every single aspect. In fact, maybe even better. He is so intimidating as this former friend who has got out of prison because of something that Adonis did that he took the fall for, and the rivalry and the friendship between them. Man, Jonathan Majors is so good here. He lays it on so thick and so dramatic. Man, he is brilliant in this role. Tessa Thompson, of course, playing the wife of Creed. She does a great job as well. Everybody does their parts. They play it well, man. And they do an excellent job at it. The drama is thick. The boxing is really well done. You're on the edge of your seat. There's thrills. I love the brutality of it. So well done. And the movie doesn't exactly wear out its welcome either. You get just enough of the characters, you get enough of the drama and the story to keep you satisfied and intrigued and entertained. So there's all of that, man. So it does work pretty damn well, but it's not perfect. The movie is very predictable. You know where it's going at the end of the day. You know that Creed ultimately has to win in this battle. You know where all the characters are going to end up. It's not exactly brain surgery here, folks. And at the end of the day, it is very convenient. I mean, everything happens just so matter-of-factly. This guy gets out of prison, does a little bit of boxing sparring here and there, and suddenly the next thing you know, he gets a title match just right out of the gate, man, just because. And I'm like, okay, that's a little quick, isn't it? I mean, geez, maybe if I end up going into the ring and sparring once, maybe I can get a championship shot. I'll probably get my ass kicked in the process, but hey, it'd be very entertaining, wouldn't it? And maybe I'd make a little bit of money to repair my bones. Possibly. Hopefully at least a face. Look, guys, I still think it's a really great movie, and I still think that for fans of this boxing Rocky franchise, for the fans of the Creed films, it's still worth watching. I still really like the characters, and I still really like the intrigue and the drama and the complications of this guy running away from his past. I like that idea behind it. And there's a lot of things that go with that I think is equally as good. Like the directing is really fantastic as well. The choreography of the boxing matches, you name it. But I just kind of felt like been there, done that, but not nearly as good as it used to be. And just a little too easy with the plot contrivances and plot holes up the ass. And yeah, it kind of weighs the movie down a little bit, I would say, man. It really honestly does. Still a decent movie within the Creed franchise, but the best of the Creed films, no. On par with Creed 2, perhaps, maybe a little bit above that. Still a well-worthy entry into the franchise, but does it necessarily beat the competition in the boxing arena? Maybe not necessarily, but a draw? Sure, why not? Shazam! Okay, I'm kind of waiting for me to turn into a super-powered being. Bueller? Okay. Well, so much for me hoping to have superpowers, but at least I can watch a movie that has somewhat cool superpowers. Yeah. I can say the name, I just can't become Shazam. But I guess I can watch him instead. Well, guess that's kind of a trade-off, I guess. Fuck. Oh, man. It's Shazam Fury of the Gods. Interesting. The 4K edition for $34.96. Lord knows that's actually the only edition they have, because they don't have any other one. They don't have the Blu-ray. They don't have the DVD either. So I guess we're just going with the 4K love, which, by the way, this is an interesting edition. Look at that. The Icon edition. That looks really fucking cool, man. Shame it's kind of ruined by the spider claws. Look at that, man. Dude, that's Bent City right there. Fuck. Well, if you were looking for a good edition at Walmart, man, think again. Shit. Well, better luck next time, I suppose. But hey, at least I have it. And it does look kind of cool. If you like Shazam, that is. Let's talk about that, because I had a chance to watch this in the movie theaters with John, and I got to admit, both him and I were skeptical of this movie, okay? Now, we did watch the first Shazam movie. There's a review for the first movie on the channel. You can go and check that out in the movie review playlist. And we liked it, but we didn't love it. We enjoyed parts of it, but we had problems in other areas. And I liked it more than John did. John was definitely lukewarm, and in recent years, watching the movie again, he wasn't so hot on it. So when I said, hey, let's go see the Shazam sequel, he was like, I don't know if I want to, because if it's not as good as the first one, or, you know, at least somewhat on par, then what's the point? And I don't know if I'm willing to be disappointed and pay my money. So I'm like, come on, let's just try it. And so I had to push and pull a little bit, but I finally got him to actually watch the damn thing. And I got to admit, Shazam is not the most popular among the DC superhero legion, okay? He's not. Lesser well-known, sure, but I think it could be done just as well. And I think the first movie proves that there is an angle to make this an entertaining movie. But where you do a very unique introductory story, where does a sequel ultimately go? And thus, here we are, man. And basically, it's about the Daughters of Atlas that are looking for this certain relic to basically resurrect their realm. And it's basically Shazam and company doing their best to try to stop them and be funny while doing it. Good luck, I'd say. Good luck indeed, man. But ultimately, is it a movie worth watching? And I'm going to be honest, after we left the movie theater, John and I both looked at each other and we were like, you want to know what? I actually kind of like this movie. Actually really like this movie. And John said the exact same thing, man. And we were like, dude, this is way better than it has any right to be. Because I remember the trailers and the promo spots, and a lot of them really didn't impress me. I was like, dude, this thing doesn't look that good, man. And so, shit, I'm kind of worried. And no need to be worried, because it came out really fun, really adventurous, a lot of great funny dialogue and humor, quirky characters that you know and love and want to root for, great bad guys, and I had a lot of fun with the movie. I did. It was a really great, entertaining time at the movies. And look, let's be real here. This movie is not trying to reinvent the wheel of superhero movies. Not even close, man. It doesn't come even to sniffing distance of some of the great ones, right? Like The Dark Knight, or Iron Man, Captain America's Civil War, hell, even James Gunn's Suicide Squad, man, which is a hell of a lot better than this movie. So it's got a long way to climb among the superhero ranks, but I think all this movie wanted to be was a fun, enjoyable, family-friendly, funny superhero journey. This quirky little adventure movie that you can root for and laugh with from time to time, and it succeeds in that. And I know a lot of people are hating on this movie, and I get it, I understand it. Maybe your expectations were too high, maybe you never really even liked the Shazam character. That's a possibility too. Look, I understand that, man, but we're living in a time when you've seen so many Batmans, you've seen so many Supermans, you've seen so many of these other characters. It's nice to give the little guy a little bit of a chance. And look, at the end of the day, I laughed, and I enjoyed the characters, and I enjoyed the situations, and the bad guys were a credible threat, and I like the gigantic dragon, and I like some of the crazy wild action scenes, and I thought for the most part, they were just trying to make a fun superhero comic book movie. They weren't worried about making it this action blockbuster epic film, and they were just trying to make something that was fun for them. And hopefully other people came on board, and quite frankly, they didn't, okay? This movie bombed, and bombed hard at the box office, okay? So I don't think everyone is necessarily on the Shazam train. I can't quite say I blame them, because not only did the first movie was okay and average at best, but didn't light the world on fire, and honestly, the promotion for this one wasn't even the best either, so I think a lot of people just stayed away, rightfully so. But if you are interested in the DC world, if you are interested in quirky, outside-the-box type of superheroes, it's not always funny. There's moments where there is a little bit of cringe added to this. I mean, let's be real. This is a kind of a man-child superhero. Let's be honest. Let's keep it real, folks. But at the end of the day, I think their heart was in the right place, and I really enjoyed it, man. It's not going to be for everybody, but for me, that was just looking for a fun and humorous ride. It's what I got. And Shazam, weird to say that a sequel like this would actually deliver, but to me, yeah, it kind of did. Well, look what we have here. A little bit more Shazam love. Well, to be fair, the older lady in electronics, she was coming over to fill some of the area, and I'm like, okay, let me back away while she does her thing. I mean, she is getting paid, so why not? And let me show it off afterwards for a little bit of more physical media love. And I'm actually really liking the artwork on this. This actually looks pretty sweet, and of course, different from the 4K. And you guys know how much I love my different artwork based on the formats. So that is pretty damn sweet for all you Shazam lovers out there, which I don't really know if there is many of them, to be fair, because the movie bombed as bad as it did. But look, I'm going to be honest, it is just a fun movie. It's not trying to reinvent the wheel. It's not trying to change the superhero comic book genre game. It's not doing that, dude. It's just a fun little side story along the DC road. And it's kind of like the Ant-Man movies, right? Because these movies are just harmless fun, and it's the same with this too. Yes, There is some cringy moments. Yes, it is very predictable. You can see everything coming a mile away. But that being said, I had a really great time, and it was just entertaining, and for me, fun, quirky, humorous. That's Shazam, and that's what I got. Not bad for 4K and Blu-ray, DVD, digital. Pretty damn good overall. Not bad with that. But on to more physical media love with 1001. Okay, DVD for $14.96. I've never heard of it. What is this about necessarily? 1001 follows unapologetic and free-spirited Inez, who kidnaps her 6-year-old son. What? From the foster care system, holding on to their secret, and each other, mother and son, set out to reclaim their sense of home, identity, and stability in a rapidly changing New York City. All right. Interesting. You do realize that the foster care system wouldn't take away your kid unless there was an actual problem, like there was an issue, drugs or abuse, other things like that. Just saying, folks. Like, I'm sure that she has a right to have her kid with her, obviously, but there's probably a bigger issue here. Just saying, man. I mean, it could be a cool little interesting indie drama about a family and the power of family and the ever-changing world of this big city and staying together no matter what through hardships. I mean, it could be quite interesting. I love these type of movies. I've never heard about it. If you have, definitely let me know. I wonder what she did to lose her kid, but guess I'd have to watch the movie to find out, wouldn't I? I suppose I would. Is it worth the time, though? Definitely let me know, man. Definitely let me know, indeed. It's from mothers kidnapping their sons, which is always a fun time at the movies, to discotheque and rock and roll. Don't mind if I do, with Spinning Gold, the DVD for $17.96. Ah, yes. The clothes, the hair. Yeah, it was a thing, folks. It really was, man. And I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I gotta be fair, this thing came to the movie theaters, and I had no goddamn clue this thing came to movie theaters. I mean, seriously, I was not paying attention to this movie at all. But I know a lot of people did, and the reason is because of Casablanca Records. If you know anything about the music industry whatsoever, Casablanca Records was one of the biggest indie labels of all time. Gladys Knight, Donna Summer, Parliament Funkadelic, the Isley Brothers, the Village People, Bill Withers, fucking Kiss, man. Okay? Like, this record label had so much unique talent for back in the day. It was actually quite amazing, the type of talent that they got on this indie label. It's astonishing, man. And so the story of Spinning Gold is about Casablanca Records, is about the founder of Casablanca Records, Neil Bogart, and all of the complications and craziness of his life, his label, and the music industry in general, which, let's be fair, it's crazy enough as it is, but back in the day, probably even crazier. So I'm like, okay, a musical biopic about an indie record label, that seems kind of fascinating to me. So I definitely wanted to give it a watch, and after I watched it, I was sort of asking myself, what's the big fucking deal? Like, seriously, I kept thinking to myself, like, if the record label was as boring as the movie is, then that's pretty goddamn sad, man. And, yeah, it really is, dude. For such an iconic label with such a rich history, you'd have thought that this movie would have been half as better as it turned out to be, but no. It really is just kind of a mundane, below-average biopic, because at the end of the day, nobody gives a damn about Neil Bogart. I mean, seriously, do you? I mean, I hadn't even heard about this guy until this movie was released. And maybe that's the point, right? When you are a record producer, somebody who owns an indie label, it's not about you, it's about the artist. Yes, you get the money out of it, depending on if your artists are actually that good, which they were in this case, but you don't get the fame, you don't necessarily get the notoriety. It's all behind the scenes stuff, which can be fascinating and can be interesting, just not with this movie. It is all told through Neil Bogart's own words. And he's narrating probably 95 to 99% of this fucking movie. And at a certain point, I was just kind of waiting for the movie to play out. And it just never did. He kept interrupting his own self within the fucking movie. I'm like, can you just shut the fuck up and just let the story ride out the way it is? But no, it'd be like, well, that was a really wild and weird story, and on to the next crazy coincidence. And I'm like, okay, Neil, take a shot at your bourbon and just shut the fuck up. Like, my God, man. I mean, I'm seeing all of these artists that are within the film, moments where you see, Kiss and Donna Summer and, Parliament Funkadelic, and I'm like thinking, those are the stories that I want to see, man. I want to see the story of Kiss. I want to see George motherfucking Clinton, man, and, him rocking out and shit and being an influence within the funk scene. Like, I want to see that shit. I don't want to see Neil Bogart's story of his love life and how he got drunk and used cocaine up his nose more than fucking Scarface. Like, I don't want to see that shit, man. I really don't. And yeah, it kind of made for an interesting dynamic in his own life and the complications of love and loss and heartbreak and ultimately success. I mean, that's fine and dandy, but it could have been done so much more interesting. And I don't think it's as well done as it could be. And I just think that's a real fucking problem, because when I go into a biopic, yes, I want to be entertained, but I also want to actually come away feeling like it was worth my time and effort to see this based on true story tale of this guy's life. And I kind of walked away thinking, yeah, it's kind of a cool little background thing to know, but did I really ultimately have to? Did it enlighten anything in my life? No, not necessarily, and that's kind of the shame of it. I mean, on top of that, the casting of some of the iconic singers and artists are terrible. These people don't even look like the artists themselves, and even the whole Kiss thing, which I know a lot of fans really are looking forward to as being Kiss lovers, I gotta admit to you, they're barely in the movie. They're portrayed as complete assholes and jackasses, and on top of that, you don't even get the makeup. I mean, they don't even use the actual Kiss makeup. They have to do a weird offshoot of it because of rights issues, so you don't even get that, man. So it's just an interesting idea of a biopic, and I think it could have been done somewhat interesting, even doing a musical version, like Rocket Man or something, right? But this just didn't have it, man. It's just a lame attempt at doing a different style of a biopic, but not nearly as good as it could have been. It's just a shame, man. I love a lot of these artists, I love a lot of these musicians, and I would have loved a separate biopic about their own lives, but in this, they're kind of a footnote, and, well, not even a good footnote at that. It's an interesting tale, an interesting based on true story, a great indie rock label, but it's just all kind of matter of fact. And when it comes to biopics, you either really have to feel like it's worth your time and effort, and you feel like you've really learned something new based on the music industry, or what's the point? And, well, I'm kind of leaning towards what's the point. Just saying, man. If you like it, fair enough. It's got some interesting moments, interesting points of views, but that's about it. That really is, man. Damn shame. Great artists, great indie label, not so great movie. Yeah, damn shame indeed, man. Well, hey, at least they had the physical media love, and that I definitely cannot complain about. All of the goodies, and hell, The lady even restocked Creed 3 over here for the Blu-ray, which is great too. So you get different artwork for this and for the other editions as well. So unique different artwork, a ton of releases, pretty goddamn solid, and I definitely approve. But maybe there's more to see? How about we go find out? And find out we have with the indie love. Let's look at all of this new release gold. It ain't just in the front. It's also on the side. Yes, let's dive in because there's a lot worth talking about, including a little bit of Kate Bosworth love. Apparently so in The Last Sentinel, the DVD for $12.96. Well, can I say I actually like Kate Bosworth? Not really. I think her forehead gets in the way of most of her acting, but that's just my opinion. But hey, maybe this will turn me around. Maybe. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, guys, and I'm gonna be honest with ya. I kind of just watched it for the video. I thought, well, Kate Bosworth is good at moments. I kind of like her from time to time, but she doesn't really exactly float my boat neither, so why not? But I thought, oh, hey, it's kind of a futuristic movie with this naval ship, and I'm like, okay, that kind of intrigues me. So why not? I'm gonna give it a go, man. And basically, it takes place in the near future where most of the planet has literally been flooded. I mean, whole countries, states, you name it. Yeah, global warming's a bitch. Okay? Just saying, we better get our shit together soon because, well, this might be us one day. And honestly, I really don't want to be on a naval ship with Kate Bosworth. Okay, so let's try to speed up saving the planet a little faster, can't we, folks? All right. And so now it's between these two factions of people on these different areas of the world, and all of the complications and the drama and the mistrust and all that jazz, right? It's an interesting concept, an interesting idea, futuristic, dystopian style future, which I kind of dig. The problem is they do nothing interesting with this fucking movie. At all. Okay, yes, there's the mistrust between, okay, who do I trust and who do I not, who's on my side and who's the enemy. Okay, they do have some of that, but it's all kind of just boring and mundane, and I just kept sitting there like, geez, is there gonna be anything interesting happening at some point? I mean, there kind of is towards the middle of the movie when there's the ship captain and they end up mutinizing and end up like taking him off of command, and then they're in control, and the whole idea of what are they going to do and the decisions and other people's lives are on the line. Okay, fine, it kind of gets sort of ish interesting, but not really all that close for me to give a shit. I mean, seriously, the characters are mundane and boring, the situations are mundane and boring, the action is mundane and boring, and this movie is over 2 motherfucking hours long. I'm not even lying, man. 2 fucking hours of this shit. And after the first hour, I was like, my God, man, can this please get interesting? And I was like, oh, there's a sliver of hope. Ah, shit, it's back to being born again? Ah, fuck my life. Shit. Okay, you could do some really cool things with this style concept if it was better done, and by a better director, and by an actress that her forehead does better acting than her actual face does, and yeah, that would have helped a bit. But, oh, man. Look, dude, I just wasn't down with the drama. I wasn't down with the mistrust and, oh my God, my lover could be my enemy. Oh shit, not like I haven't seen that shit a time or two. I'm like, it doesn't really matter to me. I wasn't invested in the story. It's a cool idea. It's a cool thought to have, but probably make it a little bit more exciting. That probably would have helped. Dude, I kind of fell asleep in this goddamn thing. Ain't gonna lie, dude. Seriously, there was a moment where I kind of fell asleep. My girlfriend had to nudge me a little bit. She's like, are you awake? I'm like, oh, what happened? Nothing? Oh, why did you wake me up? The fuck? Seriously. God, I gotta stay away from this shit. Oh man, it was just fucking boring as hell, dude. And I wish I could say there's some saving grace in this thing, but there isn't. Even the drama is just boring and mundane and predictable, and you just see it coming a mile away. Interesting futuristic concept, but poorly executed. Another misfire from Cape Bosworth. Can't say I didn't see that one coming.
The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away in consecration.
Yes, the DVD for $9.96. Now that is one hell of a cover, man. I like the shit out of that cover, baby. Man, let's just say, Priest and Blood, well, if it wasn't a thing before, it sure as shit is now. Blessed be the curse. With Jenna Malone and Danny Houston. Yes, baby. Now, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I didn't quite know what to think walking into this movie. I was like, okay, is this kind of like nunsploitation? A sort of a dark religious, underbelly type of flick? I wasn't sure necessarily, so I was like, okay, I'm kind of intrigued, fascinated, complete mystery, but I'm going in and seeing what they got to give me. And basically, it is about Grace, played by Jenna Malone, and her brother, who's actually a priest. He dies, and she's devastated. She goes and sees what happens, and well, he killed himself, suicide. And she's like, that can't be possible. Like, my brother would never do that. And they're like, well, it's what he did and happened. And so, she's up there trying to deal with his death and all of the complications of that. And she's staying at the convent. And she's realizing something is really fishy happening here, man. Something's not right. And she's trying to get to the bottom of it. Did her brother really commit suicide? Did something more nefarious happen? And all of the crazy religious complications that happen from there, man. And there's quite a lot of them, okay? Curses and, religious prophecies and wow. Yeah, there's a lot of shit in this, man. And I got to admit, there's a part of me that did kind of like moments in this movie, and there's other parts of this where I kind of felt like it's not really all that good. I mean, it's very slow, and it plods along at not a very fast pace, man. It's just kind of going through the motions and slow reveals over a long period of time, and you're just waiting for the movie to get exciting. I think that's the thing about it. There's some interesting concepts in this movie about religion and prophecy and curses and God and Jesus and heaven and hell and the devil and demonic entities. I mean, there's so much jam-packed in this movie. I just wish it was more exciting, and it wasn't. It just was kind of rather mundane and matter-of-fact. And I just kept going through the movie and thinking to myself, like, I'm liking the ideas behind it. I like the acting. I like sort of the religious context, but I'm just kind of bored by it all. And that's really the problem, is that it's trying to be this movie that's kind of like slowly peeling back the layers. And I don't mind a movie that does that, but you've got to keep me intrigued and not bored out of my skull. And there's so many moments in this movie where she's just talking to a priest, or she's at the convent and she's just walking around and doing her own thing and all of the religious iconography, and that's great and everything, but it's just not interesting to me. And I was just waiting for something more of a gut punch. I don't know exactly, but I just thought to myself, like, this movie is over 2 hours long. It had no right to be over 2 hours long, man. I mean, yes, there is a lot of things in this movie, about Christianity and heaven and hell, God, you name it, but it feels stretched out is really the ultimate problem here. It feels like they really took the material and just really stretched it as thin as it could possibly go, man, like a fucking rubber band. Like, they were really stretching that shit so far where, damn, dude, if you stretched any further, that shit'd break, bitch. Like, it really would, man. And this is one of those instances where I'm like, if this was maybe an hour and a half, I think I would have liked it more, because they would have at least cut the fat. And there's a lot of fat here. Like, moments where you're like, dude, they could have cut a good chunk of this movie, and I don't think you would have missed nearly a thing, man. I mean, certain characters looking weird and suspicious, and I'm like, yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't ultimately lead to anywhere in the fucking movie. I don't know, man. Like, I kind of liked it as far as a religious underbelly, heaven, hell, curse of the Lord type of movies. Yeah, it's kind of a recommendation, but at the end of the day, I think there's been better ones out there. This is okay at best, but I think it could have been way better. I think it's got a lot going for it. The acting and the story and some interesting themes, but they just stretched it way too fucking far, dude. Movies like this, unless you have a filmmaker that can really pull off a 2+ hour movie about religion and the sacrifices and the consequences of it, and still make it really entertaining and still keep your interest, then, man, have at it. But movies like this, it ain't one of them, dude. I'm just saying, man. Everybody puts in the effort, but at the end of the day, it's just kind of okay, average at best, because when you stretch a plot like this too thin, sometimes you end up getting bored. And, well, you know me and religion, I'm not exactly the biggest fan, so if you don't get me immediately, you're getting me snoring. And this movie, hey, if I'm not praying, I'm sleeping. And doesn't matter, God, devil, heaven, hell, curses or prophecies, either you actually keep me engaged, or I'm going to be dreaming about something better. Sorry, but it's just the truth.
Oh yeah, party like it's 1999. I like the sound of that. Yes, in VHS 99, the DVD for $9.96. If it was only for $9.99, damn you, Walmart. Damn you indeed. But VHS does go to hell. Oh, a Shudder original. Man, we are back yet again with another installment in the VHS horror franchise. Damn, man, this is a franchise that just simply won't die. It really won't, man. It just keeps going and going and going and going and going, kind of like the Energizer Bunny, but more twisted. Yeah, something like that, man. I'm gonna be honest, dude. The VHS franchise has had its ups and downs. I love that first one. The second one has some really great moments to it, some really weird and out there stories, which I really loved. As far as the third one, VHS Viral, I kind of like it. It's not really the best, but it has moments that I kind of dig. Lesser than the other ones, sure. And after VHS Viral, we didn't hear from the VHS franchise for a long time, and I kind of thought, well, I guess that's it. I mean, we're just not going to get any more. We ended kind of on a whimper a little bit, but the VHS franchise was good for what it was. And then out of nowhere, VHS 94 comes out, and I was very skeptical to watch that one, but I was like, okay, I love me a good horror anthology. I'm going to try to dive into this, man. Maybe it's good. I'm hoping, but I'm not, like, in the most highest of spirits or anything. But I gotta admit, VHS 94 is really, really fucking good, man. I mean, seriously, it is solid. I loved VHS 94. I was blown away, but I was not expecting how good that movie was really gonna be. Kind of shocked, all things considered. And so I'm like, okay, they're making another one, VHS 99. I'm kind of there. Okay? It's kind of like Woodstock. They did Woodstock 94, went swimmingly well, and now Woodstock 99, VHS 99. Come on, the results have to be good. But I'm going to be honest with you, kind of like how the train wreck was for Woodstock, it's the same for VHS. Ah, shit. Yeah, it really, honestly, truly is. Ain't no lie, man. Because I watched it, and at first, I'm just kind of going with it. I'm trying to let the movie win me over. Maybe it's not going to start out the most strongest of all of them, and it kind of didn't, but I was willing to just kind of go with it and see where it took me. Hopefully, it ended up warming me up to the concept of yet another VHS movie. And as I press play, I slowly realized that me warming up to this film, I'd rather warm up in a house fire. Ugh, shit. Yeah, it's like that, folks. Ah, damn, dude. I mean, seriously, it opens up with this kid videotaping himself playing with these, like, mini soldiers. And I'm like, what's the fucking point of this? Is it gonna go somewhere? And spoiler alert, yeah, it doesn't. It's fucking lame. But I thought, okay, well, look, it's the wraparound story, right? Usually the wraparound stories aren't really all that great, so it's got to be the individual stories within the wraparound that's really going to make this movie shine like a motherfucker. And, well, I'm also going to slap a little bit of disappointment in your face that it doesn't really help. In fact, it gets worse. It really, oh my god. Guys, look. This movie is as cheap as we're fucking getting in the VHS franchise, okay? This is a string of really terrible ideas just barely put together by duct tape and maybe Gorilla Glue at best, okay? My god. It is done piss poorly. And man, emphasis on the poorly part, because it's really fucking terrible, man. And it kind of felt like somebody literally went to a friend and been like, okay, how much do you have in your bank account? Oh, $200? Well, shit. What do you think we can get at Party City? Yeah, it ain't good, man. It's just really fucking god awful. And the stories are just a mishmash of just weird, crazy thoughts and ideas strung together without any coherent plot or idea whatsoever. Just randomness for randomness sake, man. And out of all the stories, there was at least one that I kind of sort of liked. It wasn't done extremely well, but at least A for effort. They tried somewhat. It was basically the one where they were doing this seance, ritual, whatever, and these guys end up getting transported to this other alien realm with these weird fucked up people, and they're trying to survive. It's kind of quirky and cool with some interesting effects, but it doesn't entirely work either. But all of these stories, man, are just the cheapest of the cheap, and I was just so disappointed by every single one of them, man. Especially the one, there's this one where it's a game show, a twisted version of almost like a Nickelodeon show, where it's very corrupt and they're cheating the system, and this one family kidnaps the game show host and has them go through their own twisted idea of the show, and then somehow they end up going back to the studio and there's this weird demonic entity, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? What the shit? And I'm like, man, it's all over the place, dude. There's no consistency whatsoever with this goddamn thing. And I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, dude, if this is where we are at with the VHS franchise, if this is all you've got left, man, please put it out of its fucking misery, man, because VHS 94 was a fucking revelation. I was so blown away by how amazing that horror anthology was, man, far better than it had any right to be. And I'm like, okay, they're back in a big bad way. And I don't know whether it was me having high expectations. I don't know whether I was expecting more out of a horror anthology. I mean, God forbid I actually want more out of my horror movies and actually want, I don't know, quality. I know, man. What am I thinking? But I just thought to myself, dude, they're on a roll. 94 killed, and 99 has got to be at least on the same level, if not better, and man, it dropped down in quality. You thought VHS Viral was bad? Everybody says VHS Viral is the worst of the franchise? No, man. You haven't seen the worst yet until you've seen VHS 99, man. I kid you fucking not, dude. Look, I was alive during the 90s, man. I was alive in 1999, man. And dude, it was nothing like this. It was so cool. Well, at least I'd like to think it was cool. Maybe I got red tinted glasses on. Maybe I'm just nostalgic like a motherfucker. Who the hell knows? But I just kept thinking to myself, like, dude, if this is representing 1999, man, you done fucked up, bitch. God damn, man. Shit. It couldn't have been this bad, could it? If it was, I'm really just using smoke and mirrors to try to pretend like it was better, but maybe I'm just kidding myself. I don't know, guys. All I know is that I watched this movie, and yeah, there was some cool blood and gore that's splashing on the screen, but I didn't give a shit about any of the characters or any of the stories, and I just kept thinking to myself, like, my God, dude, seriously, how can you possibly downgrade yourself any further? But they are able to do it, man. Literally, it almost felt like Shudder probably gave them a little teeny tiny budget, said, hey, you know, the Halloween store is actually still open. I know they're doing discounts. Yeah. We better get on that shit before they close. Like, that's what it's like. Seriously, man. And none of the stories make a lick of fucking sense. Things happen just out of nowhere for the sake of just happening just because, right? We have to put a scare in here and we have to do some weird shit because, well, why not? We've done it all the other VHS movies. Let's do it. It just felt like it was a lesser movie with lesser directors, lesser story, lesser effects, and a movie that literally makes me wish that we would have ended with VHS 94, because now, having watched VHS 99, I am really regretting paying the $20 of a rental fee that I fucking paid, man. I'm seriously pissed. I'm fucking livid, man, because, look, I love horror anthologies. Even the lesser ones I still kind of enjoy from time to time. But this one takes the fucking cake, man. This has got to be one of the worst horror anthologies that I've seen. I was bored. I was just stunned at how cheap and god-awful the effects are and the footage is. And I'm like, I know we're trying to go for the 1999 feel, but you're not doing it. It's not working. And instead, you just made a movie that looks like somebody filmed it in their fucking basement. It is fucking pitiful. It is a goddamn dumpster fire, and it brings shame to the VHS franchise. The VHS franchise is not exactly gold. It doesn't reach the levels of Creepshow, and by the way, it never will, but it was a steady horror franchise that had some really great moments, some solid movies, but man, we are at the bottom of the fucking barrel of VHS, man. Let's not go into the 2000s, shall we? Let's end with 1999. This is not a party. This is hot garbage. And if VHS goes to hell, let's hope the VHS franchise goes along with it. Son of a bitch, man. Dude, I thought I would never see the day where the VHS franchise has literally hit the shitter. And we're there, man. We are fucking there, dude. Honestly, you might get more entertaining looking at a turd in the toilet than you will watching this goddamn movie, dude. You know, sometimes I'm glad I pay the money for rentals. And other times, I kind of frankly think it's a Ponzi scheme. You made the movie cheap to get us horror fans involved just to end up pissing on us. And let me tell you something. I don't like water sports. So fuck you, VHS franchise. Fuck you indeed, because let me tell you something. You pissed on my nostalgia, and I hope you and this entire franchise go to fucking hell in a handbasket, you pitiful motherfucker. Whoever said being an assassin was easy, especially when you're led by Bruce Willis. These days, well, I guess you could do worse. Maybe in Assassin, the DVD for $12.96. Ah, yes, another straight to DVD speciality from a man Willis. Yes, oh my God. Because everybody is a weapon. Yeah, damn right it is. And Bruce Willis used to be a weapon way back in the day with Die Hard, and now those days are long gone, baby. They're long ways away. See, that's for damn sure, man. But hey, maybe he could train the next new badass assassins. Easier said than done. Look, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I have said, God knows how many times to you guys, that I am a glutton for punishment at this point. I mean, seriously, I really am. I'm just like a battered housewife, dude. I love me some Bruce Willis, regardless of whatever movie it is. And I just keep coming back for more. I know these movies are shit. I know they're absolutely terrible and hot garbage, but I keep on doing it because of Bruce Willis, because of my love for the man, the myth, the legend. And I just keep torturing myself over and over again, even though I should know better. I clearly haven't learned yet. I really haven't. And yet, here we have again, yet another one. But this time, at least we've got Dominic Purcell. So I guess he's not alone in the shittiness. All things considered, for what it's worth, man. I mean, basically, it's about this military woman who, her husband is in a coma. She doesn't really know what happened necessarily. She's just like, this is so weird. No one's giving me explanations or anything like that. Bruce Willis is like, hey, get in the car. I'll explain everything to you while that's happening. Bruce Willis ends up getting attacked by this random woman. Looks like a basic, like, 5th grade English teacher. And he's like, what the fuck? And she's like, what the hell's happening here? What's going on? Why the hell did she attack you? Get in the car. No, I don't work for you. Well, you do now. Get in. And so they explained to her the idea of this microchip that they've invented that can literally have somebody's consciousness go into another person's body and literally do things for the government that is shady and wrong, and they can't do otherwise but in secret, like assassinate people and so on and so forth, take down drug cartels, you name it. And there's these people that are using that technology against them, and she has to try to find those people. She has to plug in like the Matrix, all right, yeah, and end up trying to finally get rid of the bad guys and keep her sanity in the process. Now, good luck with that. Oh man, you know, look, it's not a bad movie. All things considered, yes, it could have been a bit better if we're being real here, but I like the premise behind the movie, the idea of this microchip and the sci-fi implications of it, and the idea of the moral dilemmas of that. Because yes, it's one thing to inhabit somebody's mind and their memories and their body, but the idea of you doing these nefarious acts, killing other people under somebody else's name and identity, and just getting away with it. And the idea that once you come back into your own body, you still have those thoughts and dreams and emotions and pain, and they just stick with you, and what that does to your mental stability. There is a lot going on in this movie. The unfortunate part is they just barely skim the surface, right? This movie is less than 90 fucking minutes, guys. I mean, it's like 85, 88 minutes at best, and that includes the fucking credits, okay? So it's a short-ass film. They bring up a lot of ideas, but they barely touch on any of them, and it's kind of like just skimming the surface, like, oh, isn't this a unique and interesting sci-fi premise, and literally just leave it at that and barely does anything with the fucking idea. And it's like, what's the point, dude? I mean, really, man, seriously, you're gonna bring it up and just not even deal with that shit? Of course, man. I mean, all things considered, the acting itself is okay. Namzamo Mbatha does a really okay job as the lead. She's definitely going through a lot of the emotions, fear, regret, anger, all of the stuff, and she's doing a pretty good job trying to be the badass hero and yet the complicated heroine all at the same time. And I think she does a decent job. It's not great, but yeah, I think she pulls it off for the most part. Dominic Purcell playing the bad guy. Dude, this guy is so fucking limp dick. Oh my god. Dude, this guy, I don't know what they saw in him in Prison Break. I watched some of Prison Break years ago, and I was like, it's okay. It ain't great. It's nothing special. Yeah, he's kind of big and tough and can beat the shit out of people. Okay, cool, fine. But outside of that, I mean, he's not exactly the most Shakespearean thespian of all goddamn time, man. And this movie pretty much proves that he's just basically like phoning in the performance, and even that is pretty much giving him praise. Okay, I mean, come on, dude. And as far as Willis is concerned, he's in the movie maybe 20 minutes, almost a half an hour, give or take, maybe, and I'm being kind on that, but I will give this much. He's not bad in the movie. He plays the guy that's in charge of the whole program, and he's just playing tough and badass. I need you to plug back in. I need you to get the job done now. We need to kill these people before they kill us. You know, all those lines of just like him just mean mugging and pretending to actually give a shit and collecting a paycheck in the process. That's been Willis's MO for a while now, and it continues to be that way. So, hey, he kind of did his job, all right? Give him the goddamn money, will ya? I mean, he's okay for what it's worth, man. They try to get him into a couple of action scenes, and it's pretty embarrassing, dude. So, the less of that, the better, man. But he does his job fine, and he comes across badass and effective for what it's worth in the moments that he needs to be. I mean, look, he has aphasia, okay? This debilitating disease where it just eats away at your mind and your memories. And so, he can only do what he can do, right? His acting is not great. It's not exactly the most phenomenal you've ever seen him before. He's basically like, we need to get the chip. Kill the bad guys. Get back in the tub. And I'm like, ooh, tell me more, Bruce. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. It ain't what it used to be, and I'm kind of getting used to that at this point, man. And also, I got to admit, they have a really stupid way of doing the whole, like, plugging in thing, man. I mean, you have great movies like The Matrix that does it, and all kinds of interesting sci-fi movies where they take the idea of plugging into somebody's consciousness. You think of the idea of Inception and shit like that. What do they do with this movie? They literally have little tiny wires that you can get from the fucking Dollar Tree and fill up a tub full of ice that you can, oh, by the way, get at the Dollar Tree. You can get a bunch of ice and just find a tub at your friend's place, and that's it. Seriously, that's all they got. You get in the tub, they put a little bit of wires in the back of your neck, just kind of hiding behind your shoulder so that the camera doesn't see that you actually haven't plugged in yet, and then voila. And I'm like, damn, it's that fucking easy? Shit. Man, Neo must be jealous as a motherfucker. Like, seriously, man. I'm like, they go for the most cheapest road possible. But then again, this movie is not like millions and billions of dollars in the making, okay? Trust me, it ain't that, dude. So, take what you can get for what it's worth, sorta, kinda. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Just go with the shit, alright? Pretty much, man. But it's nothing to write home about. But is it the worst straight-to-DVD Willis film? No. Average, mundane, kind of a waste of time, sure, but nothing to get angry about. Just okay at best, man. An interesting premise that doesn't nearly go far enough, and actors that are just kind of skimming the surface, but, well, can you blame them? Seriously, man, I can. So, yes, that is Assassin for what it's worth, man. But, actually, I'm kind of bummed, because this is the very last straight-to-DVD Bruce Willis film. Seriously, it is, man. Look on his IMDb. This is the last thing he ever did. And after he was done with this movie, he retired. He's done. there is no more movies left for Bruce Willis. There's nothing new coming out. There's nothing to wait for. This is it. And now he's in retirement. And it's kind of bittersweet for me, man, because on one hand, I'm glad that these things are over because, dude, I was slowly but surely losing my mind watching some of the garbage that Bruce Willis was in, man. Some of these real bad, straight-to-DVD turd burgers, man. They were shit. And I'm like, God, this is finally the end of the road. I should be celebrating. Now, where the fuck is the champagne? But then there's another part of me that is like, I kind of didn't want this to end because it was kind of cool seeing Bruce Willis in another new movie, even though it was kind of shit quality and crappy and not even worth my time. And I was kind of regretting paying close to $10 every single time for these crappy, shitty movies just for Bruce Willis. But then again, I did it all for you, Brucey. I did, man. And so there's nothing else. There's nothing more for Bruce Willis. It's it. This is done. This is the end of the road. And man, I'm kind of sad. I really am, dude. Look, I'm gonna miss Bruce Willis being in new movies like a motherfucker. You know, towards the end of his time being in major movie cinemas, he was starting to wane as an actor, but you still got that great, gruff, badass Willis at moments, man. And those are the times that I'm going to cherish, man. I'm going to cherish those movies like the Die Hard films. I'm going to cherish The Last Boy Scout, The Sixth Sense, Color of Night, and so many other great ones that he did over the years, man. I mean, even the shitty ones like Cop Out that are kind of crappy, you still find some pleasure in it because Bruce motherfucking Willis, dude, he had a great screen presence. And he was one of the truly last great movie stars that we have in cinema. And despite some of the movies that he was in later on in his career, like this movie and many others, there was still a part of me that really appreciated him at least lending his presence and his gravitas to these type of movies. It wasn't always perfect, downright embarrassing and disappointing at times, but I took the journey because I love this actor so goddamn much. And despite his debilitating disease, despite what's eating him away, we will always remember Bruce Willis as one of the best movie stars of all time, man. And nothing will ever really take that away. Even these bad, mundane, straight-to-DVD flicks isn't really ever gonna do that, man. He still has my utmost respect and honor and admiration, and I will always appreciate any time that I pop in a Bruce Willis movie of all the good times that he gave me and all of the wonderful moments that I will cherish. And I know every movie lover will think of that way. Even the bad ones have a little charm because Bruce Willis was in them. Can't say they were always perfect, can't say they were always great, but Bruce, for the most part, always brought it, and I will always be appreciative of the man, myth, and legend that he will always, always be. No doubt about it, man. The end of an icon, but he will always, always, no doubt about it, be remembered.
It's time to take the law into your own hands in the Warren Breakers Law. Yes. Whatever the fuck this is.
Oh, Jesus. With Neil McDonough, Bruce Boxleitner, Dermot Mulroney. Ain't bad cast, but it is straight to DVD, so, well, I don't know which one is going to be better. The cast or the movie? Something tells me maybe neither. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Another one of those straight-to-DVD westerns. In this action-packed western, U.S. Marshal John Breaker and his trusted deputies stumble across a small town held up by a ruthless gang. As they transport a prisoner through the West, with the fate of an entire community at stake, they must decide if they're willing to risk everything to do what's right. Yeah. Oh, sure, why the hell not? I'm telling you guys, look, man, I think many of you probably think I hate westerns, right? I'm always shitting on westerns, and that's not the truth, man. I love a good western. I truly do, man. The old school stuff, the John Waynes, the Clint Eastwoods, man, that was my jam back in the day. Even the stuff in the 90s was really fantastic. I love that stuff. And there has been some modern day ones that have been fantastic. 310 to Yuma, I'm always saying how great that movie is, man. But a lot of the modern day westerns now just don't do it for me anymore, man. I'm an old school guy that likes the old school western stuff. That's what I do. And these ones are just aping off of better films and kind of not doing them half as well. It's almost like they're cosplaying and pretending to be a western and sorely lacking in every single way. Yeah, it kind of is the truth, man. Look, I like Neil McDonough. I like Dermot Mulroney. I have some respect for them, but I mean, movies like this are just absolute waste of space. Unless you really love the western genre and want to watch everything that it has to offer, something tells me that you'd rather take a warrant out on somebody instead of watching The Warrant. Just saying. More straight to DVD westerns. Well, they need to give somebody a paycheck, so why the hell not?
Best time to unleash hell in The Siege.
The DVD for $12.96. Look at this.
Interesting. Looks like a very weathered, badass motherfucker that's ready for one last round.
Apparently so, man. Ooh, he's got a knife and his wits about him, and he ain't afraid to use it. Bet your ass. After being compromised during a mission gone wrong, an international assassin is sent to a reassignment center to receive a new identity and erase any trace of his past handiwork. However, when Ruthless team of operatives storms a secure compound, he reluctantly teams up with an elite hit woman and a mysterious charge in order to make it out alive. Okay, I kinda like that idea, man. Of this assassin that's getting reassigned, and suddenly this team comes in and they're fucking up the place and he has to fuck them up. Yes. It could be cool, man. It could have some interesting action moments, some badass machismo, possibly, maybe, kinda, sorta. I don't know if I'm expecting much out of it, but you never quite know. Hey, sometimes a straight-to-DVD movie might actually surprise you. Other times, well, quite frankly, they're just the same old shit. An action spectacle of a one-man killing force? I've seen it a time or two, but I can always see more. Not bad. Not bad for The Siege. But what about Mojave Diamonds? Okay. Well, it's got MMA superstars, so you know it's gonna be good. Right, yeah, right. Sure, why not? That's what they say, at least. Oh, man. Because family is worth fighting for. Oh, you don't say, huh? Oh, boy, what is this about? UFC superstars, the Cowboys Throne, Chael Sonnen, and Quentin Rampage Jackson star in this intense action thriller. Stone plays Roy, a fighter who runs afoul of the Vegas mob and must run a 50 million shipment of diamonds to Mexico. Man, who the fuck you piss off? Jesus. He brings his GI brother Danny, but the shipment is stolen by a rival gang, and brother Joe's family is abducted as punishment. Now the three siblings will join forces to penetrate the mob compound and rescue their loved ones, no matter how many lives it costs. Yeah. Hopefully they're using their hands and their feet, because if that's the case, man, these MMA stars are gonna fuck a hell of a lot of people up. Oh, man, you bet their ass. You know, we've been through this with wrestlers, okay? Every wrestler thinks they're a fucking superstar. Every wrestler thinks they can go into the movie industry. And now we're doing the same with MMA superstars. Okay, fine. Have at it. Not sure you'll be successful, but give it a go. Why the hell not? Everybody else has done it. Why not you? But I will say this, though. I do like Quentin Rampage Jackson. I really liked him in that A-Team remake, dude. That A-Team remake was amazing. I had a ball with that flick. I think it's fun as hell, man. And he was great as B.A. Baracus. Of course, not as good as Mr. T, but I think he did the trick, man. But everything else that he's done has kind of been piss poor, man. And I'm not pressing my luck with either of these folks either. I don't know. I mean, they are in trouble trying to end up shipping this container of diamonds. They end up losing the diamonds. They have to end up taking care of the gang. Then the people that they owe the money to kidnap their family. They have to rescue the family. I'm like, my God, dude. You know, sometimes just fucking stay out of trouble, will ya? Maybe these are cautionary tales. Just stay the fuck out of trouble. How about you end up not making friends with seedy individuals with shady pasts? I'm just saying. I mean, there is something on the internet called background checks. Might want to look into it. But in the meantime, I guess they didn't listen, and I guess they're not gonna fuck shit up. Good luck to the MMA fighters. Hopefully their journey ends well. Hopefully they rescue all their loved ones and kick a lot of ass. But something tells me, in the meantime, their acting certainly ain't gonna help matters. If you guys want to watch it, have at it. I've seen a lot of wrestlers and personalities try to be actors and movie stars, and I don't think I'm up for MMA. Sure, they can kick my ass any day of the week, but I just don't want to see them do it on the big screen.
The cult of Manson is alive and well in the resurrection of Charles Manson.
Shit, man. They just can't stop making these motherfuckers, can they? Shit, man. Damn, dude. Yet another one, and this one's got Frank Grillo in it. No kidding. Jeez. He's happy. Either he's part of the cult or... man, he's got some good-ass reefer. Shit, one or the other. Oh, maybe both. Okay. I wonder what this is about. A couple goes to the desert for a romantic weekend and shoot an audition for a role in an upcoming film. But holiday quickly turns deadly as they are the target of a cult to carry on the evil beliefs and murderous practices of the Manson family. This cult believes they can resurrect the ultimate object of their obsession, Charles Manson himself, through a shocking ritual of human sacrifice. Yes. Oh man, God, if that's possible, then Jesus, man, this world is done for. God, man, you know how many people are in fucking cults these days, and we'd resurrect Manson? Yeah, I'd be moving to Canada, just saying. And even then, I'm not sure I'd be safe. I'm not sure at all, man. Oh my God. So basically they're just trying to resurrect Charles Manson and all of the bloody terror that happens from there. Well, I never said people were smart. That's for damn sure, man. My God, dude. They are loving doing Charles Manson movies. They've made a lot of them over the past, God, 5 to 10 years, man. Whether it's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, The Haunting of Sharon Tate, Charlie Says with Matt Smith as Charles Manson. Actually, that Doctor Who did a damn good job as Manson, man. He was fucking awesome, dude. I mean, there are so many different type of Manson movies. I mean, some of my favorites are The Manson Family, Helter Skelter, which is a really great one, dude. But there's been so many movies made about Manson, I guess because he's such a fascinating figure. I mean, really, the idea of this rather mundane-looking guy being able to convince people to do the most seedy and insane ideas, all in the name of him, the belief in him, and how he's like their savior. It's so twisted and messed up, man. And it's movies like this that are kind of cautionary tales to the idea of a cult and the effects of a cult and what it does to your mindset and your worldview. But then again, dude, people are gullible, they are susceptible. Man, they believe almost any fucking thing, man. And Charles Manson, if he was alive today, dude, he'd clean up like a motherfucker. I'm serious, man. He really would, and that's terrifying as shit, man. Thank God he's not, because it was bad enough in the 60s and the 70s alone. Nowadays, it'd be even more fucking terrifying. Yeah, that's for damn sure, dude. I don't know about the movie. It looks really cheap, like incredibly cheap. It looks pretty bad, man. I mean, maybe it's good. I don't know. I like the cover, but as we know, covers can lie like a motherfucker. We've seen it so many times before. Lord knows we've got the artwork to prove it. We really do, man. But another Manson movie in the cog machine, hey, honestly, is another one really gonna hurt? Lord knows there's enough of them already. Another Manson propaganda movie. Hey, as long as people die in brutal, inventive ways, then sure, have at it. Why the fuck not, man? And if Frank Grillo is badass in it, then consider me on board. Not sure I like Frank Grillo in a Manson movie, but, well, hey, I've seen him in worse, so hell, a Manson movie can't be that bad. Yeah, sure. If you want a little bit more Manson love in your life, have at it. I've seen enough Manson, and I think I'll keep it that way. You bet your ass, man. Better left for somebody else who actually appreciates Manson. And if you do, your priorities are really fucking messed up. That's for damn sure, man. But hey, along with the Manson love, we had a hell of a lot of indie weirdness and bizarro love. And for this Walmart, that's a pretty goddamn good treat. Oh, it truly is indeed. Not bad for the new release love. Man, they got a lot of it this week. You bet your ass I was appreciating every single ounce of it. And I hope you were too. Pretty goddamn sweet. Let's head out. Did somebody say physical media? Well, if you're asking, Walmart supplying. Oh, you bet your ass they are, baby. My God. Well, let's be real. It was pretty damn sweet this week. I mean, we've got the big Hollywood blockbuster appreciation. We've got the Indianities. We've got all kinds of different artwork. I mean, it's pretty damn sweet. Let's be real. It is. And I can't say it's always good at Walmart. Lord knows I've got the evidence to prove it. I do, but hey, when they are spot on, when they do their due diligence, they really do. And this week, it's proof positive of it. Oh, it truly is, man. Oh, I loved it, and I know you guys do as well. So goddamn sweet, showing off the physical media goodies. And let's hope that train keeps on rolling. But hey, we saw all of the love. We saw all of the appreciation that Walmart's willing to give the movies. And for me, I'm definitely not complaining. And I know you aren't as well. So we saw all that Walmart has to offer, but hopefully there is more at all the other various stores. Let's hope. Will they be as good? Who knows? But how about we go exploring and see what we got next? All right, everybody, we are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. And, you know, I wasn't excited about this. When I saw the return, it didn't exactly fill me with joy, but if people are getting their money's worth, why not? And I guess bringing it to the masses, let's hope it's even more successful. From the insider, MoviePass has landed a deal with Walmart to sell subscriptions in stores across the country. Oh, goody. Let's dive in, shall we? MoviePass is teaming up with Walmart. The movie ticket subscription service that recently relaunched in beta form will soon be available at one of the biggest retailers in the world. Insider has learned from several sources familiar with the deal. MoviePass will have displays in Walmart stores across the country where subscription cards will be available for shoppers. No details were given to Insider about what the offer on the MoviePass Walmart cards will be or when the cards will be available in stores. MoviePass declined to comment. Walmart did not immediately respond to a request for comment either. Currently, Walmart has Netflix displays in thousands of its stores where it offers gift cards to the streaming service as well as merchandise tied to its popular shows like Stranger Things and Wednesday. Walmart, on top of being a major seller of Hollywood merchandise from plush toys to action figures, is looking to be a supporter of the movie theater experience with the MoviePass deal, one source says. This is a huge win for MoviePass and for the theatrical movie business, Comscore senior media analyst Paul Durgarbedian told Insider. It signals that the big screen experience of the movie theater has no equal, even with the virtually unlimited availability of filmed content at home on the countless TVs, computers, and other small screen devices sold by Walmart itself. In November 2021, MoviePass co-founder Stacy Spikes bought back MoviePass after the startup went bankrupt in 2020. We remember those days. Over Labor Day last year, the company relaunched in select cities in beta form. Within the last few months, it has been made available nationwide to people who signed up on a waiting list. Spikes told Insider in January that he planned to make the service available to the general public by the summer and also feature an unlimited option. Look, I hope it works out for MoviePass. I hope they are uber successful. Lord knows I had a bad experience, but maybe you'll have a better one. Oh, maybe indeed. I don't know. Look, guys, all things considered,
it is a good thing for consumers, especially when it comes to the movie theater experience. And if this is truly successful, if the team up between Walmart and MoviePass is as good as perhaps they're hoping it will be, that gets movie theaters' attention. And MoviePass will be much more able to negotiate with movie theaters, having such a big retailer like Walmart on their side. So at the end of the day, it really only helps you guys out there, the movie lovers out there who are really enjoying going to the movies and want a deal out of it. Because let's be real for a second, guys. Going to the movies is expensive like a motherfucker. In fact, I went with my friend John recently to go see a movie, and he was remarking about how high the prices are. Oh my God, they're $15 now? And I'm like, yeah. Even my friend Nick was saying the same thing. He's like, dude, maybe I should be getting like that Regal Unlimited pass that you've got because, geez, that seems like a better deal. And I'm like, no shit. Like, seriously. But then again, maybe getting the movie pass one would help too. I don't know all the full details about MoviePass nowadays. I don't know how they go about how many movies you need to see or the system that they go by. I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't know if I want to know, guys. If you guys have been a fan of the channel for a long time, you'll know that I was a MoviePass holder for a little while. When the big boom was happening, I was part of it, and I was going to see movies and enjoying the service, and suddenly, one day, the card just stopped working. It went belly up. The service just immediately just shut down. And me and my friend Bob and a whole lot of other people got screwed over in the process. And so the business model that they had at that time didn't work. Maybe it'll work better now. Maybe they've learned their lessons. I'd like to hope they will. But that all depends upon, actually whether they know what they're doing, and that remains to be seen. Look, all I will say is this, is that movies and the experience of going to the movies is an expensive one. Whether it's the food, the ticket, going out to eat afterwards, you name it, it's all one big thing wrapped into one. And nowadays, let's be real, a lot of these movies are suffering because of it. They have big first weekend grosses, and then they slowly but steadily just drop like a floor every single week afterwards. And because people have to be picky and choosy about what they watch nowadays, that's just the reality of the situation. They have to. But with a service like MoviePass or even the AMC stuff that they're doing with Regal that I have, you at least get a little bit more out of your hard-earned money. You get more of a bargain. And I think you're able to at least want to go for more of the experience if you're able to at least get a deal out of it at the end of the day. For me, my own card, I'm not going to lie, dude, I see 2 movies and it's already paid for within the month. That's amazing. And if MoviePass is even remotely the same way, then it's a good goddamn deal, guys. And being in a Walmart store where thousands and thousands of people go in every single day, their eyes are on the shelves, that's a good goddamn thing, man. And that means more people can take advantage of it, and perhaps maybe we can actually get back to a place where you can enjoy movies at a comfortable price. Let's hope, guys. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's the best solution ever, but it's a start. And hell, as movie lovers, don't we want a deal? Come on, guys. You know you do. Even if it's MoviePass. Let me know what you think. Do you have MoviePass? What do you think about it? What do you think about them being in the Walmart stores? Is this good for the fans, for the movie industry? Let me know. I think anytime there's a deal and anytime people can go see more movies at a good price, I think it's the best of both worlds. Definitely let me know. But what about the movie love at Target? Is it going to be plentiful? I'd like to hope so. How about we go in? Check it out.
All right, everybody, we are in a good old Target, and new release love we're asking for, and new release love we get. Damn right, baby. Damn glad they're showing the appreciation. But how about we dive in? Yes, with none other than Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. Yes, the 4K digital for $29.99, the Blu-ray digital for $24.99, and a good old DVD for $19.99. Damn, man. They are definitely supplying all of the Dungeons and Dragons goodness for all of the D&D lovers out there. Oh, you bet your ass they are, man. Not half bad. And let's be real here. This movie is the best of any adaptation of Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, let's be very, very clear on that, all right? And not that there's been a ton of them made, but there has been a few, and the few that have, well, quite frankly, I don't think they've been up to par. Just speaking the truth, man. Like that one from 2000, Dungeons and Dragons. You remember that movie? Oh, you don't? Well, I'd say go back and watch it, but I really don't want to cause you any torture, so probably best if you just don't. Yeah, it is really bad. That is hot garbage, man. That is a dumpster fire. Dude, that is terrible. Marlon Wayans is in that, and he should be ashamed. Dude, Jeremy Irons, who is a thespian actor, man, he should be hanging in shame for that shit. Damn, dude, that is truly, truly piss poor of the most epic degree, man. How anybody could have considered that good to want to put on the big screen is beyond me. But then again, you kind of got to remember, back in the day, we weren't really doing adaptations the way we're doing them now. A little bit more respectful, a little less goofy. Yeah, that movie, man. Let me tell you something. Sometimes age helps a movie. With that one, yeah, not so much. Yeah, trust me. If you have revisited it, you know what I mean. God, you really do. But then there's also Mazes and Monsters from 1982 with my man Tom Hanks. Yes, one of those D&D panic movies. You know, back in the day, in the 80s and even the 90s, there was all this fear from parents and religious organizations about D&D is about worshiping Satan and the devil, and they'll become devil worshippers because of it, and it's affecting our kids in all the wrong way. God help us all. And I'm like, seriously? Is that what we used to fear? A Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah, of course we did. Good God, man. If it's not rock and roll we're worried about, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, man. You know, if it's not one thing, it's another, let me tell you, folks. But that being said, it is kind of cheesy. It's ridiculous. It's over the top. It's a little bit too dramatic for its own good of the dangers of D&D and how it will affect your mind and your way of being. But it is kind of cheesy fun for what it's worth, all things considered. And there is a lot worse that is out there, folks. Trust me. I mean, there is some really bad straight-to-DVD garbage that they've released from time to time, like Dungeons and Dragons, The Book of Vile Darkness, or The Wrath of the Dragon God. Look that shit up, man. Actually, don't, because they're really shitty, and again, I don't want you to waste your time, but if you did, if the curiosity killed the cat, trust me, you'd be very disappointed, man. Look, I guess what I'm trying to say is that this movie is not perfect. It does have its faults, but overall, man, this is a really great, true adaptation of Dungeons and Dragons done the right way, and an appreciation for the fans. That's what I've heard through the internet, through YouTube, you name it. And even if there's a little bit of issues here and there, you can't deny that it really is the best of any Dungeons and Dragons movie that you will see as of yet. Hey, look, progress isn't easy. All right? And there's a lot of messiness that happens in between actually getting to the perfect result. I'd like to see where Dungeons and Dragons goes next. I'd like to see where we take the perfection of making a truly great, one-of-a-kind D&D movie. I think we're getting there. Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves is pretty damn close. Not perfect, but let me tell you, it's miles ahead of the competition. Be thankful for at least one good adaptation. Some don't even get that. You D&D lovers, man, praise whatever realm you want to, because this movie is certainly a revelation.
Say thy name, and the power shall be yours. Yes, and Shazam, Fury of the God.
The 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.99. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.99. The DVD for $19.99. Hell, they even have a 2-film collection set for $32.99. And, oh, by the way, a little bit of exclusive love, yes. The Blu-ray DVD digital, $26.99. Only a Target edition with the exclusive Blu-ray packaging plus collectible character cards. Look at this. Oh, very nice. That's pretty goddamn sweet. I can't say Target really does all the exclusives anymore because they've kind of relaxed on the whole exclusive thing, but I'm telling you, man, when they do one, that's pretty damn good. It is indeed. And man, they have got all kinds of Shazam love, man. They've got the exclusive, they've got the regular 4K, they've got the Blu-ray, the DVD edition, and as I said, one of the things I love, different artwork. Look at that. The artwork is different here versus here versus here versus that. I mean, come on, man. That gets me all kinds of wet. It really does, man. Just seeing it from a collector's perspective and seeing different artwork no matter what type of edition you have, it just makes you feel a little bit more special as a collector, just a wee bit, man. And I love seeing that stuff. I always truly do, man. It's definitely fit for a god like Shazam. Yes, apparently so. And let's talk about Shazam himself, Zachary Levi. Let's talk about this dude, okay? Because oh, Zach. Man, you really put your foot in your mouth. You really done it this time, didn't you? You really did, dude. Okay, so as I said, this movie did not make a lot of money at the box office, man. It frankly went down the toilet fast. I mean, hard. It fell on its face. And Zachary Levi had some Instagram posts. If you looked on there, you'll know it. If not, go and look, because he doesn't do himself any favors, but he blames Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He blames the studio. He blames James Gunn. He blames all kinds of people except for actually saying, hey, people just didn't want to go to our movie. It happens. No, he's putting the blame game on everybody else, man. And that's not a good look, okay? When you're blaming everybody else, when you're putting all of the difficulties and frustrations on other people's shoulders, that's not really movie star mentality, man. But then again, is Zachary Levi really a movie star? In my opinion, no, not really. He lucked into this role. He truly did, man. This is the best thing that he's had going for a really long time, man. And he should be grateful in this role. And by the way, he's really good in the movie. Like, I love him as Shazam. I think Zachary Levi was one of the best things about the first movie. And I think equally so about this one. He's good in it. But again, he hasn't had many opportunities to shine. I mean, he had that TV show Chuck, which I've watched an episode or two of Chuck. I haven't watched all of it. It was good for what I watched. But Bob was a huge fan of Chuck. He loved that show. He still praises it to this day, man. So I take his word for it. That was really good, man. I don't know if I'll ever really watch all of it, but Blue Moon, maybe I might. I mean, he was also in Thor: The Dark World and Thor: Ragnarok playing Fandral, one of the Warriors 3. And yes, if you didn't really know that, can't quite say I blame you. It's a very small, insignificant role at best. But hey, he did a good job for what it was worth. But then he also had an Instagram post where he was also shitting on Marvel for the role of Fandral, that it should have been a bigger role and it wasn't. I'm like, dude, you do know the movie's called Thor, not The Warriors 3? Just saying, man. He was good in the movie, but it ain't anything to write home about either. All right. It's really not, man. He was also in a really great horror movie that I love called, I think it's Bloodfest, which is so great. He plays himself. And it's so hilarious. He's so great in the movie, man. This is a small type of cameo-ish role, but he's so great in that, man. I mean, look, he's done a little bit of TV, he's done a little bit of movies as side characters, but outside of Chuck and Shazam, nothing really major high profile. I mean, unless you count him being in Big Mama's House 2. Yes, he actually was. That was a thing. Look it up. He really is, man. Look, I don't think he should be going around blaming people. I mean, I get it because you put your heart and soul into a project, right? You put all of your efforts into something. You want to see it succeed and make money and be successful. I get it, man. You're not wrong in that. But blaming other people for your problems, that's not really the solution either. So man up, take responsibility, accountability. And like I said, he's not a bad actor. I mean, I actually really liked him in American Underdog, that football story where he played Kurt Warner. He was actually really good in that movie. So he is a decent actor. He's had opportunities to shine, just hasn't really found the ultimate project that's really going to make him the big ultimate star. But I think Shazam was pretty goddamn close, man. Hold your head up high. You did great, wonderful work. And the movie is pretty solid. I had a fun time with this movie. It's humorous, it's adventurous. It's a really great follow-up to the original Shazam movie. And it's just unfortunate that it didn't hit the way you wanted it to. Look, nobody can predict the future. Nobody knows what movie is going to be successful and what movie is not going to catch audiences' attention. If we knew that, every movie would hit big. If we knew what the results were ahead of time, studios wouldn't flop, wouldn't fail. Projects wouldn't be ultimate disappointments at the end of the day. Everything would be a roaring success. That's just not the case, man. They tried their hardest, they really put in the work, and they really made a really great, entertaining movie. And hopefully more people will see it now that it's on physical and on digital. More people can go out and see the movie. Hopefully that gives people a chance to at least give it an opportunity to entertain them at the very least, man. Look, no superhero comic book movie is perfect. I alone know that to be very true. I've been watching these for a really long time, folks. And trust me, I've seen some stinkers in my day, but Shazam is certainly not. Let's hope that Shazam gets a little bit more of an opportunity to shine among the loyal comic book lovers. And hey, maybe DC might bring him back for more. I highly doubt it, but hey, 2 is better than none, so take what you can get, Zachary Levi. I'm sure you'll have more opportunities in the future. Maybe not as Shazam, but hey, you gave it your all, and your all definitely was worth it.
Dinosaurs rule the earth, but as far as Adam Driver's concerned, they're not about to eat his ass anytime soon. Oh, you bet your ass they're not. In 65, the Blu-ray digital for $24.99, and look at that. You don't get your name above the title if you ain't a movie star. That's for damn sure. But is Adam Driver really a movie star at the end of the day? Probably the modern day movie star, I'd say. Old school movie star, maybe not, but he's the closest thing to an actual star we have in the modern day world of cinema. Let's be real, man. At least one of them. And I've always respected Adam Driver and his acting capabilities, because sometimes he's far better than the movies he's actually in. Sometimes the movies are phenomenal, but no matter if they're good, bad, indifferent, he is still killing it in those movies, whether we're talking about Marriage Story. My God, he's amazing in Marriage Story. That's such a great movie. It gets such a wonderfully complex, dramatic turn, man. So great. He was great on the TV show Girls, which was quirky, humorous, dramatic, a lot of different angles to that. Did a great job. He also played a little bit more comedic, lighthearted in a movie called What If with Daniel Radcliffe, which is really good. I highly recommend that one. Fantastic flick. Of course, we got to talk about Kylo Ren. Yes, the Star Wars sequel trilogy, which has its highs and a hell of a lot of lows, but he's really good as Kylo Ren. I mean, he can play dramatic. He can be the action star. He can have those sweet, lighthearted moments, but
I mean, there's always an edge to Adam Driver, right? I mean, there really is. He's not the most charismatic individual in the world, but then I'd argue that there are a lot of people out there who have zero personalities that are movie stars. So, okay, he's not as charismatic as he should be. Yeah, a few points off, but nothing as bad as some of the other ones out there. Trust me, man. And I think with all of his performances, no matter what they are, there's always a certain amount of intensity to him, right? I mean, it just kind of feels that way. But you got to remember, guys, he's a former Marine, so it kind of makes sense. On top of that, he was able to employ some of his old school Marine techniques in the film itself, so I think that's part of the reason why he took it, but also it's a cool concept, right? Futuristic man on prehistoric Earth battling dinosaurs. I mean, it's a kid's wet dream. I mean, seriously, it is, man. Okay, so I get it. And it has the potential to be a really great movie. Well, yeah, the potential, but the reality, not so much. But I don't blame Adam Driver for this, man, because he's really good in this movie, and he brings the fear and the intensity and the thrills and the great action moments. He's fantastic in this movie, man. I think him and the little girl have a really great bond and a really great story, and I like the survival aspects of this movie. I just don't think the rest of the movie around them really works out. I think the dinosaurs are absolutely limp dick and barely used in the right ways. I mean, if you have killer dinosaurs, dude, do something with those motherfuckers, man. Literally make them absolutely terrifying and scary as fuck and instill fear. I just didn't get that in this movie. They're such lightweights. And Adam Driver can be as intense as he wants to be. He can be intimidating as a motherfucker, but if you don't pull off the one thing he's going up against, then it's all for naught. I mean, it's cool special effects, cool CGI, meteorites and the spaceships and all that shit. That's all cool, man. But the main concept itself just fell flat on its ass, man. And that's the ultimate problem. Look, Adam Driver gives it his all no matter what he does. You may not like the Star Wars sequels, but he's pretty goddamn solid as Kylo Ren. Okay, you might not like some of the cheesy, girly flicks or TV shows he's done, but you can't blame the man for wanting a paycheck, and on top of that, he's really good in them. So, nowadays, the modern movie star, it's not as good as it used to be. The old school movie stars are so much better, man, but Adam Driver commands respect. And no matter what he's doing, even working with Lady Gaga in House of Gucci, I mean, that movie isn't perfect. It's got some ridiculous moments to it, but he's literally fantastic. He makes even lesser actors better around him. And that is a true star. He takes a concept that is a pretty decent concept and at least lifts it up by his own performance alone. That is a true movie star. Adam Driver, he definitely has the acting chops. He has the action capabilities. Will that translate to success in the future? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But for the time being, if any man can battle dinosaurs in a futuristic setting, I think it's this guy.
The music, the money, the drugs, the access, the fame. It's all about spinning gold, baby. Yes, indeed it is. The Blu-ray DVD digital of Spinning Gold for $22.99. Ah, yes, a biopic that, well, falls flat on its face. Well, not every biopic is created equal, folks. It's just the honest to God truth. And look, there's great movies out there, biopic, musical movies about the record industry, but they have the in where you're talking about the artists themselves and the struggles that they had coming up and going back down, and all of the songs that were big hits and the ones that were failures and the complications of success. The music industry is wrapped around that, but at least you have the hook of the artists themselves. You don't have that with this movie, and that's the unfortunate part about it. The record industry is complicated and it's messy, and It's full of liars and cheats and all kinds of bastards, man. And it would make for an interesting biopic. But honestly, I'd rather watch a documentary. You know those VH1 behind the scenes, all the record producer ones that have really great documentaries, like Clive Davis has a really great documentary, the record producer for Whitney Houston, and there's a whole bunch of them, man. Documentaries are more fascinating than this stuff because you could get really into the nitty-gritty with the actual accounts from real life people. Here, it's all kind of hearsay. They say it's all real, they say it all happened, but you and I both know that movies take a certain bit of creative license. We know that, guys. I mean, the other thing that might be kind of close to spinning gold might be Empire with Terrence Howard and Taraji P. Henson. That might be the closest thing to showing off the complications of a record producer slash company. That would be the closest thing to it. But outside of that, there's not many that are really like this. This is unique in the fact that they took a independent record company and made a movie around it. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting idea, and it's very fascinating with all the artists that they produced and all of the amazing songs that they had over the years. But I don't think the movie really dives into it a lot. All of it is just rather footnotes. You're talking about Neil Bogart and his excess of drugs and money and girlfriends and sex and everything like that, and that's fine, but I'm sorry, but nobody gives a shit, as I said, about Neil Bogart. Nobody really does, man. You care more about the artists and the complications of their stories rather than the actual record producer himself. There's a reason why nobody really makes biopics about record producers, because quite frankly, they're meant to be behind the scenes. They're not meant to be the star. The music is, the artists themselves. They're meant to take a back seat for a reason, folks, and stories like this pretty much tell you that. Just saying, man. Like I said, it's not the most terrible biopic I've ever seen, but it's certainly not as good as it could have been, and it's kind of spinning its wheels. Kind of proper, considering it's called Spinning Gold. But look, I love the artists, I love the music, I love what this independent record company did, and if it was a great, like, 2-hour long documentary, I'd watch the shit out of that, man. I'd watch the hell out of that, and I think it would be fascinating as hell. But a musical biopic on it, not so much, man. It's an interesting story, but sometimes interesting stories don't make for interesting movies. And sometimes a musical biopic isn't as good as it could be. Spinning Gold has a great idea behind it, but I'd rather see a documentary than a movie any day of the week. Neil Bogart, I'm sure that you're fascinating as hell. I'm sure that your life is one crazy wild party. But honestly, I don't really give a shit.
Prove you've still got it in Creed 3, baby. Yes. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $29.99. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.99. The good old DVD love for $19.99. And they even have 3 film collection goodness. Blu-ray for $34.99 and the DVD for $27.99. So they're definitely displaying the Creed love in a big, bad way. And again, like I said, different artwork. I'm loving the different artwork varieties. Definitely digging it. Not bad indeed. Ah, yes. The next in the Creed series. And, you know, the interesting thing about this is that Creed has finally gone on his own. He's taken the training wheels off, and he's finally riding the bike by himself because, I hate to admit it, there is no Rocky in this movie. No Sylvester Stallone, man. And, you know, while I was watching the movie, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of missed him. I kind of missed Rocky, dude. I wanted something, man. I really did. And it kind of got me thinking that, is Rocky done with the overall franchise? Should he be done with it? Should we keep him around? I mean, even though he's an old relic of the past, he's an important relic of the past. And
I think he still has a part to play, good or bad, in Creed's life, in his story. And him not being here, there was just something that felt off, something that felt missing, man. And you gotta understand that. I guess him and Michael B. Jordan, who, by the way, also directs the movie, I think they had a falling out. Sylvester Stallone didn't really like the story ideas that his character was involved in, and basically Michael B. Jordan was like, if you don't like it, you can get the fuck out, man, because I'm not changing a damn thing. And so, I mean, regardless of what happened, there was creative differences. They didn't really like one another, and Stallone bounced. And look, I can't quite blame Stallone, man. He's been part of this franchise for a really long ass time, man. And you've got to respect him. And if you don't, why should he stick around, man? But at the same time, I get it because it's not Stallone's franchise anymore. This is now Michael B. Jordan's. It's basically him in the driver's seat at this point, and Stallone, Rocky himself, is a supporting player. Whether people like it or not, it's just the reality of the situation. But I do like Stallone playing the mentor, playing the person with the wisdom and the honesty of telling the truth to Creed, whether he likes it or not, and him imparting his expertise and his skill towards the next generation. I've always liked that, and I've always appreciated that, especially now when, spoiler alert, Creed's mother dies. She was a big anchor in his life, and now that she's gone, I think Rocky has an even bigger role to play in his life now, even more than before. And let's be real, this movie made a shitload of money at the box office, okay? I can see them doing a Creed 4, and if that's the case, bring Rocky back. I mean, I don't know how you're going to spin the fact that he wasn't in this movie, because when we see Creed's mom's funeral, I was kind of pissed that Rocky wasn't there, because I'm like, he would have been at the funeral, okay? He has a lot of history with the Creed family. He would be there. And that's kind of sacrilege to me, man. I'm like, dude, whether or not you had issues with Stallone and whether you want to take the driver's seat with this franchise, you've got to respect what came before. And the character Rocky really should have been there. That's just the honest to God truth, man. Look, I think that as far as a franchise is concerned, the Creed franchise is really strong, man. You've had 3 really strong, really great movies. I think the first Creed movie is still the best of them all, no doubt about it, but I've liked these other 2, and yes, you are now taking control of this franchise. You are now basically the one that's in the ring, doing the boxing, getting the shit beat out of you constantly. You're the one in the spotlight. Rocky's the one in the backseat. But you owe this franchise to Rocky Balboa, to Sylvester Stallone. And I think you have a right to keep him in it as long as Stallone wants to be in it. I mean, who knows? Maybe he's just going to cut ties completely and be like, look, honestly, they want to go a different way. I'm not down with it. They can do what they do, but I'm out. But I'd like to see Stallone come back. I'd like to see him be the Mickey of this series. That's what they were setting up with the first 2 Creed movies, that he was going to be the Mickey of this series. And I would like for him to be in it for a little bit longer, and then maybe, who knows, even pass on and die within the movie franchise, and then have a really great send-off for his character. That would be really great, just like they did with Mickey, I think in Rocky 3, something like that. I think they did that for him, which was a really great way to send off that character, really important for Rocky's overall arc. And I think the same would be done for the character here in this iteration. At least that's what I think, man. Look, regardless of what you think, Rocky still is a big part of this series, man, and he still has, I think, a story to be told. And I think it's movies like Creed 2 that really highlighted that in a great way. As long as you can really fit him in, as long as you can really make him important in a mentor style aspect, I think he should be brought back, man. You know, look,
franchises that continue on from older franchises, you really have to respect the past. And I think sometimes that's easier said than done. But in this case, Creed owes so much to the past, so much to Carl Weathers, so much to Stallone, so much of those old school Rocky movies, that at this point, it's not the fact of fan service, it's a fact of obligation to that character and to the past. And I think that as long as Stallone wants to do it, as long as Stallone is down for, hey, yo, Creed, let me tell you a little bit about boxing, yo. As long as he's able to want to do it, want to impart a little bit of Rocky Balboa wisdom, why not let him do it, man? Creed without Rocky, that's kind of sacrilege. I mean, I know it was going to happen eventually, but maybe down the line, not Creed 3. I would have liked to seen my man Balboa back. I think he will be, because a Rocky spin-off franchise without Rocky, even just a little bit, that's kind of sacrilege. Just saying, man. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I'm right? We really should bring Rocky Balboa even in the smallest circumstances? Or the fact that, hey, look, we've ended up servicing the character really well in the first two movies. He's been honored. Let's move on. Let's move forward in this franchise and stop carrying the weight of the old school Rocky movies on Creed's shoulders. It's kind of hard to do because they really leaned in on that in the first two movies, and then just to completely forget about it in the third movie, there's something wrong with that. Look, I really love this movie, and I think the boxing and the drama and the acting is really well done. There's a lot of faults with this movie, a lot of plot holes, but I still think it's a worthy entry into the Creed franchise. But you know what would have been even better? Just a little bit of Rocky. Just saying. It does go a long way. Hey, let me know what you guys think. But more Rocky is never, and I mean never, a bad thing. Just saying, man. Not bad for the physical media love. Look at this. New release love we wanted and new release love we get. And that never is a bad thing. Pretty goddamn sweet here at good old Target. I'm definitely happy. Let's head out. Well, it looks like Target is definitely stepping up. Oh, they really are, man. And they brought the blockbuster love this week. They truly did. Hell, even just a tiny bit of exclusive goodness, that can't be beat. Oh, it certainly can, man. Of course, they can't fully compete with Walmart, but Walmart has some really weird out there shit that ain't nobody has. So you can't say Target is completely gonna go down that route, but they can match them as far as the blockbuster love, and they definitely be doing that. Oh, you bet your ass they were, man. Pretty goddamn solid with the unique artwork again, a little bit of variety here and there, and it always makes me, oh yes, a very happy physical media boy. And I know it does for you as well. Oh, you bet your ass it does. Pretty goddamn sweet here at Target. Glad to see them doing their due diligence. They better be doing it every damn time I come in here. That's for damn sure. Oh, and if they don't, they're gonna hear about it. Whether they like it or not. But they don't have to this week. I don't have to lay down the hammer because they definitely were doing the appreciation. Damn glad for it. Oh, absolutely, baby. So now that we've explored all of the goodness that Target has, well, I suppose we gotta go to more places to check out more physical media love, so how about we go and do that?
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles we're showing off. If there is, well, I'll bring them back to Film Fan 108 HQ and show it off to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys. And the game is foot yet again. And this time, it might be just a wee bit supernatural. In A Haunting in Venice. That's coming in September, baby. And I got to admit to you, when I first watched this trailer, at least the first half of it, I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is a cool little spiritual a horror movie. I hadn't ever once in my mind thought that it was going to be another Hercule Poirot detective movie. Like, not at all. Until Kenneth Branagh shows up, I'm like, oh shit, okay. Damn, they made another one? I'm like, all right, dude, cool, man. So I was down regardless. It looked cool just as a spiritual haunting type of movie, and then you bring in Hercule Poirot, detective extraordinaire, into it as well. You got me on both fronts, baby. You really do, man. I gotta tell you, the trailer reeled me in. It pulled me in. I like the creepy atmospheric sense of it all. The idea of this mother losing her child and wanting to reconnect through her spirit. I like that. It looks pretty damn cool, man. And having it be the detective story, is this real? Is this fake? Is there something fishy going on here? I'd be very interested to find out, man. And so I'm actually really intrigued by this, and I really like the Hercule Poirot movies. I really like what Kenneth Branagh has done with these films, man. And yeah, you could say they're predictable. Yeah, okay, you can. You're not wrong. But I gotta admit to you, as long as those movies are enjoyable, as long as I'm enjoying the characters and the situations, I can swallow a little bit of the predictability. If it's not entertaining me as much, then the predictability tends to be a problem. But in the case of the two Kenneth Branagh movies, I've kind of actually really liked him. I like him as Poirot. I like his snarky sense of humor, his dry wit, his expertise. Like, I like that about him. And I think Kenneth Branagh has played him perfectly. And I just love how there's so many different styles of Agatha Christie books out there, all different styles of detective stories, and how Hercule Poirot fits into some of them. And whether it's like a jealous lover or on a train full of strangers and some business person dies and how everyone's connected to it, it's all very fascinating. And this one looks really cool. I haven't read all the Agatha Christie books. I certainly have not even touched whatever this one is. So I don't know. It may actually kind of surprise me, man. I mean, you've got a cast here. You've got Michelle Yeoh. Of course, you got Kenneth Branagh. You got Jamie Dornan. You've got Tina Fey in this. Serious. Tina Fey is playing probably a very serious role in this movie. And I'm like, really? But then again, I was kind of pleasantly surprised when Russell Brand was in one of the recent flicks. And I was like, dude, he's a pretty comedic guy, but he actually did a really good dramatic turn. So I trust Kenneth Branagh's directing. I trust his acting. It looks beautiful, gorgeous, creepy, atmospheric. I trust Kenneth Branagh with these movies, and he's just having fun with these roles. He's having fun just playing the detective and having all these cool actors involved and just having a nice, neat, little polished detective story. And there is nothing wrong with that. I love these type of movies, and you know, we've been getting more of a prominence of them as of recent. Things like Knives Out, for instance, have really brought them back into the mainstream, and it's nice to see them. More detective stories is never a bad thing, and more of the mustache-twirling detective is pretty damn sweet to me. What do you think, guys? Do you think this might actually be kind of unique and interesting? A worthy detective mystery story? Or do you think it's just going to be more of the same? But even if it is, I gotta admit, I'm on board with it, baby. Definitely let me know what you think. But in the meantime, well, is there any physical media love here? Lord knows we haven't seen it for a long while, but could this week be it? I don't know. How about we go in and check it out?
All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, and you know, it's been actually pretty goddamn solid for physical media love, man, both on the Walmart front and the Target front. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, pretty good first two stores. I'm kind of feeling that maybe we might get to, you know, the third base. Come on, we might end up hitting a triple with a little bit of indie weirdness, indie oddities. So the real question is, do we have it though? And the answer, I'm gonna break your hearts, but no fucking way. Damn it. I was really hoping for it too, but here's the thing about it, guys, is that actually they're pretty well stocked. that's not the problem. The problem is that we saw all of the same stuff over at the first Walmart. So there's really nothing new or exciting or weirdo that we haven't already seen, which kind of stinks big time. So actually, they did do their diligence in actually stocking it, in actually making it look full and, you know, bountiful with the physical media love. Just same old that we've seen. Maybe they'll surprise us eventually, now that they seem to hopefully be getting back to actually putting the physical media on the shelves. Hopefully that will be a good thing, but until that happens and we see something new and interesting, well, I guess we're just not gonna do it this week. Shame indeed, but hey, I'm the ever hopeful optimist, and maybe now, maybe in the next week or two, we may find some physical media goodness. Let's hope. The oddities, the weirdo, the bizarreness, I'm hoping in a big bad way. So let's hope, but this week has nothing new to show off, but hey, there's always next week, and we'll see then. But nothing here at all. Zippo, zilch, nada, no how, no way. And, well, instead of sticking around here, how about we go find a place that does have the physical media love?
All right, everybody, we are at our fourth and final location, and physical media can be anywhere, at any time, at any moment. You got to keep on your toes to know where it is at all times so you can enjoy the fruitfulness of all of the media love. Sometimes you may find it at the retail stores, and other times you might find it at a bookstore. Hard to believe, but honestly, these days, are you really all that shocked? Not really. You know where we're at, and that is none other than, yes, Barnes & Noble's good old B&N, baby. Back again for more physical media hijinks, or hopefully. Let's hope that there's some good new releases. Hopefully there's some physical media surprises and plenty to talk about. I don't know about you, but I'm ready and raring to go. So let's head in and check it all out.
All right, everybody, we are in a good old B&N for the Barnes & Noble's experience. Let's hope it's a good one, and I think it is, because I'm seeing some physical media love right over there already, and oh man, we are bringing up the hype train for Mission Impossible, man. Already doing collection sets, getting ready for the new movie. Oh man, Mission Impossible, the 6-movie collection for $43.99. Might as well just put it out here just to, you know, get some interest in it. Wait a minute, why are they putting out a Mission Impossible set? Why are they having it here under the featured titles? Well, it's because Tom Cruise ain't done with the franchise yet. I mean, they haven't killed him, so why not keep going? I mean, seriously, that man is putting his life on the line every single goddamn movie for our entertainment. And God bless his heart and soul, man. Let me tell you something. I'm just going to say it. I love the Mission Impossible franchise. And I can't say that every franchise gets better with every installment, but this happens to be one of them. Seriously, every movie is really good. Even the much maligned second movie, which I know a lot of people don't like, but honestly, I happen to really think it's kick-ass. Just saying, man. It's really fantastic, and Tom Cruise is electrifying, and God, he's so fucking badass in these movies, man. He is doing some amazing stunts in this stuff. I love the intrigue and the thrills and all the spy goodness. So good, man. This is a great fucking franchise, man. And consider me very much on board with the next film, because if it's anything like the rest of the franchise, yeah, I'm definitely going to be in the movie theaters day one. But if you have never seen any of the Mission Impossible movies, what the hell are you doing with your life? If you like action in any form, watch these damn movies, because, man, you are getting action up the ass. You really are, dude. Great movies, man. Can't wait for the next one. But while we wait for that, what about Criterion love? Oh, look at this. Yes, they have it. The Criterion of Thelma and Louise. Oh, man. Gina Davis, Susan Sarandon. These are some badass ladies. Oh, they truly are, man. This is such a great movie. I love this flick. Basically, after they accidentally kill someone, they're on the run and they're trying to evade the cops, and it's just this really great road survival story between these two ladies and all of the complications that they get into and the bond that they have. It's so well done. The acting is phenomenal here. Ridley Scott's directing is top notch. I mean, a lot of people actually kind of forget that he directed this movie. Ridley Scott's done some amazing films out there, and there is ones that kind of get lost along the shuffle. I'm not saying that Thelma and Louise is technically one of them, but if you think of his filmography, Thelma and Louise isn't the one that you ultimately think about, but God, it's so good, man. It's easily well worth a revisit, and a very young, and I'm talking about young Brad Pitt, like in a very star-making turn, man. People saw Brad Pitt in this movie, they were like, damn. They really did, dude. Honestly, and I can't quite say I blame him. I'm like, damn, dude, I will never in my life have abs like that, and that really, really upsets me. It really does, dude. But it's a really great female empowerment movie, and it was really, if you think about it, well before female empowerment or the Me Too movement was ever really even a thing, man. And the idea of these chicks empowering themselves to get away from their really terrible circumstances, and the movie dealing with the idea of gender roles and what it means to be a woman in society. And there was so much really great messaging within this movie, and the idea that this movie had the balls to end the way that it did, man. I give this movie a lot of credit, because not many movies really go this downbeat of an ending, man. It really doesn't. And actually, the studio, true story, was very nervous about this, man. They really did not like the ending whatsoever. Like, we're cool with the rest of the movie, but the ending is, I don't know if we really want to go there. But look, Ridley Scott, producers, everybody convinced them, and it paid off, man. It really truly did, and it is a memorable film in so many ways. It's just a phenomenal film, from the acting to the directing, from the story to the messaging to the ending. Everything works perfectly here. This is absolutely worthy of Criterion love, man. It truly is. And to think this was made and released back in 1991, that is fucking crazy, dude. I mean, think about it now. We're in 2023, and the movie is, oh my God, movie's over 30 fucking years old. Holy shit. Oh my God, man, that's wild to me. And truth be told, the film is still as effective and as entertaining today as it was all the way back in the day. It really is a great drama, a great survivor story, a really great female empowerment movie. It's really a lot of things all wrapped into one, and it does it so damn well. If you have never seen Thelma and Louise, it is absolutely a must watch for any movie lover, movie aficionado out there. It is just that damn good. And with the Criterion love, even sweeter. Not bad. I'll wait for the Criterion sale for my 50% off love, but you can bet your ass at this will eventually be added to the collection. If dinosaurs were this slim dick back in the old school prehistoric days, no wonder they became extinct. Yeah, makes a lot of sense now. The 65, the 4K Blu-ray digital for, wait a minute, am I seeing that right? $46? Holy shit. Something tells me that Barnes & Nobles is gonna go extinct if they keep on pricing it like that. Holy hell, dude. I mean, the Blu-ray is $39, so that ain't too far behind. Oh my lord, dude. This movie is certainly not worth that price. That price right there is just too fucking high. It truly, honestly is, man. Oh my god, dude. Even I'm like, what? Jesus, dude. I mean, look, the truth about it is that there's not a lot of great dinosaur rampaging against people type of movies. There really isn't, man. I mean, it's just the truth. Alright, as much as we love dinosaurs, as much as we're fascinated by these prehistoric creatures, there really hasn't been many movies that have really taken advantage of that. I mean, there's movies that I kind of like that are cheesy and ridiculous. Like earlier I talked about Carnosaur, which, man, Carnosaur's kind of ridiculous, but I actually really like it. Okay, some of the sequels, not so much. Some of those are pure terrible garbage, man. Really fucking god-awful shit. But first Carnosaur is pretty good, man. I mean, I do like Prehysteria 1 and 2, even though Prehysteria is a better film. Prehysteria is like these family-friendly dinosaur movies that Full Moon did way back in the day, dude. They're actually kind of fun and entertaining. Look that up, man. It's not bad. Of course, I gotta talk about Tammy and the T-Rex, okay? That is all kinds of weird and bizarre. I mean, you have Denise Richards, you have Paul Walker, who dies in the movie and his brain gets transplanted into a mechanical dinosaur. How does that work? Who gives a fuck? You have the dead guy from Weekend at Bernie's playing the mad scientist. It is fucking bonkers, dude. But I've always loved it. I thought it was always kind of fun, quirky, not really taking itself too seriously, and I kind of appreciate that, man. I mean, if you do want something a little more serious, a little more adventurous, of course you do have to go with Jurassic Park. Of course you do. And Jurassic Park is amazing. Hell, I'll even give it up to The Lost World. I really like The Lost World, even though not nearly as good as the first film. I think it has its moments. The third film kind of does, all things considered, but it's not great. And I'm not really even a fan of the Jurassic World movies. I mean, they are what they are. They're not terrible necessarily, but they're just kind of knockoffs of the better Jurassic Park films. I mean, prove me wrong. Just saying, man. I highly doubt you can, but hey, give it a try. Why not, dude? But if you don't want a little bit of action adventure, maybe you want something for the kiddies, because we've got The Good Dinosaur, which is quite good, the Ice Age movies, which are really fun. Hell, do you remember that Dinosaurs TV show? Yeah, it ran for 4 seasons, man. I think like back in like the 80s or 90s or some shit. Oh, that was so good. Dude, still to this day, that is a fun ass show, and if you've never watched it, give it a try. Find it somewhere, YouTube, wherever. So cheesy, but so goddamn entertaining, man. Hell, there's even a movie back from 1995 with Whoopi Goldberg called Theodore Rex, where she's a detective and she teams up with her partner, which is a dinosaur. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm really not, dude. Oh my god, that one. Yeah, I think like Whoopi Goldberg has disavowed all knowledge of that shit. She really has. I can't quite say I blame her, but it is what it is. There's all kinds of different dinosaur properties for whatever your mood is in, I suppose, or whoever you are, but it's not always that great, man. And like I said, it's really hard to make a good dinosaur movie, man, because you really have to go for whatever you're really striving for your target audience, man. And this was trying to go for like this sci-fi thriller edge to it, and it just didn't really work, man. I mean, Adam Driver is giving it his all. You can feel that there is some intensity moments there, but the dinosaurs are just completely ineffectual, completely useless, and the moments where it kind of works is few and far between, which really sucks, man. It just takes the life right out of the fucking movie, dude, and that is ultimately a goddamn shame, dude. Look, at the end of the day, dinosaurs are cool, dinosaurs are awesome, they're kick-ass, man, and you can use them in really clever and unique and interesting ways. Lord knows there's so many movies and shows out there that absolutely prove it, but when you turn them into just absolute lifeless limp dick entities, then it just absolutely kills your movie. 65 had a good idea, but it absolutely spent it in all the wrong ways. It really did, man. I mean, that being said, though, you do get some good special features. Deleted and extended scenes, Primordial Planet, creating the world of 65, Final Showdown, and more. Not bad. And if you love the movie, hey, that's great. Look, I was expecting more. I was expecting more thrills, more great action moments, some really good, vicious dinosaur kills, and I got none of that. I walked away really disappointed, and Look, I love A Quiet Place, and the fact that these are the makers of A Quiet Place says that, look, just because you come up with one really great concept doesn't mean that everything you come up with after that is going to be gold. 65 had the opportunity to be great, but it's a huge, huge letdown. The dinosaurs may have roamed the earth, may have ruled it at one point, but it's movies like this that prove that there's a reason why they're extinct. Trust me. It's movies like this that I'm thankful that we don't have dinosaurs anymore, because if they're this easy to kill and take care of, wouldn't be a challenge at all.
So you're telling me you can be roguishly handsome, have a smart aleck sense of humor, and occasionally be the hero? Damn. Why haven't I gotten into D&D before? I'm wondering the same damn thing, man. In Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves, yeah, the Blu-ray digital for $36, not bad. The 4K is $43. I mean, so you're telling me the 4K of a much better movie than this is lesser price? Okay. Can't explain it, don't want to, man. All I know is the price is definitely worth it, because Dungeons and Dragons is represented in a beautiful way, baby. It truly is, man. Fans should be happy. They should be getting on their goddamn knees and worshiping this flick, because let's be real, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. Like I said earlier, do you really want to go back to that early 2000s Dungeons and Dragons movie? Because I sure as hell don't. I certainly wouldn't, man. And I kind of feel like this opens the door to more opportunities for fantasy games out there, like Magic the Gathering. I would actually be quite interested to see them do a Magic the Gathering movie. I'd like to see what that would be like, how they would make it work, because I think there's a really fantastic world within Magic the Gathering. I mean, I played it for many years, man, so there was a lot of really great fantastical realms and creatures and characters that would be very interesting to explore, man. At least I think it would be. And so I think movies like this kind of show that you can do a really great adaptation with the right elements together. Now, the only downside is this movie wasn't exactly the most profitable movie of the year. Not even close, man. I think it's probably gonna lose money at the end of the day, which is a goddamn shame, because it really is that good. But I think a lot of people were kind of turned off because the trailers weren't exactly the most exciting of all time. They were serviceable, I enjoyed them, but they weren't exactly the greatest. And I think a lot of people were like, movie based on Dungeons and Dragons? How can it really be? And I think a lot of people who ended up at least going to see it out of curiosity, like myself, found themselves really pleasantly surprised. And I think a lot of people kind of stayed away because they just weren't sure. And I think word of mouth is really going to help this movie in many years to come. I think it really honestly will. And maybe even possibly a sequel. Maybe I'm asking too much, but I'd like to see it, man. I had a really fun time with this movie, with really vibrant characters and wild, adventurous situations, and I'd be down. I really felt invested in the world, man. And look, it hasn't always been easy for fantasy-based games getting a live-action adaptation. Alright, as I said earlier, that D&D movie, man, dude, it set us back years. Like, it set us back like 20 or so years. It really did. It was an embarrassment, and not an embarrassment of riches. Not even close, man. Yeah, not at all, dude. I mean, but then again, it's kind of been a unique situation, because there's been a lot of other ones that have actually had some really great adaptations over the years. It's not just been Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, for instance, they have done the Pokemon stuff. I mean, they have done like Pokemon movies that were animated films, but they also did the Detective Pikachu one, which honestly, I actually really like that Detective Pikachu movie. I think actually it's really entertaining, funny as hell. I really enjoyed that a lot. So
I think you can do it. It just depends. And I think Dungeons and Dragons gotta prove it. You can do live action well if you know how to pull it off. But again, a lot of times you get straight to DVD garbage that pretty much says that, yeah, we might want to think twice about this shit. We might indeed, dude. But look, sometimes you have to crawl before you can walk, right? Especially when it comes to adaptations. I mean, you know how many movies that were based off of video games were hot turds? There was a lot of them, dude. So it's all about trial and error. It's all about finding the right balance, and maybe at some point you might get the recipe right in order to perfect it the next time around. Perhaps, maybe, kind of, sort of. I don't know, man. But look, it's all about at least giving it a shot and trying for all it's worth, man. Dungeons and Dragons is complicated, all right? There's so many elements to this game, so many different characters and creatures, and it's hard to nail it down. But I think they did a really good job in making a great introductory experience for fans like myself, but also for diehard lovers of the game, a great immersive experience of feeling like they can walk into this and be like, oh yeah, that little thing there, oh yeah, that's that character from this game or that moment in the series, you know, whatever. And I think it's a really great serviceable story, not for just fans, but for just everyday common folk as well. So it is the best of both worlds. That's not easy to pull off. It's not easy to do. And occasionally, they get it right. And Dungeons and Dragons is one of them. I can't say the next movie will be great. I can't say that Magic the Gathering will be turned into a live-action movie and be an absolutely phenomenal Oscar-worthy experience. It could be a hot shit sandwich. Okay, it really would. But take your wins when you can get them. And I think Dungeons and Dragons is one of them. It really is, dude. Trust me, I've been around for a long time. I have seen some terrible adaptations in my day. And, you know, when you get a good one, you gotta cherish it. And Dungeons and Dragons is definitely one of them. Just saying, man. I mean, you get deleted and extended scenes from Dice to Dragons, broadswords, battle axes, and badass brawls, gag reel, and so much more. I mean, look, it actually made me love Chris Pine, which, by the way, is not an easy task because Chris Pine isn't exactly my most favorite actor of all time, but he pulled off being very rogue and sarcastic and adventurous and kind of funny. And oh man, even my gal Michelle Rodriguez, man, she was one badass babe in it as well. Hugh Grant is funny and mischievous. Like, everybody does a great job here, dude. They all know what they're in and they play their parts so well, and the visuals are exciting, and it is a spectacle for fans and common moviegoers alike. Look, not every adaptation is going to be perfect. Not every adaptation is going to be worthy of the fans, but Dungeons and Dragons is definitely worthy, and let's hope that there's more like them, because if they are, then it'll be damn good for a lot of fans of the world.
Spin that record like you be spinning gold. Yeah,
The Blu-ray DVD digital of Spinning Gold for $36. I never said that every biopic is worthy of that price, and this one, yeah, not really. Not even close, man. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of I Want to Dance with Somebody, but shit, I'll take this hell of a lot more than I will take this. Look, at the end of the day, I don't blame them for trying to tell this story about this really great independent record company and the founder of it and the complications of it. I think maybe you could have done a great movie. Potentially. But this ain't it, man. And nowadays, you gotta understand something. Us as moviegoers, as audiences, we have been through the ringer and we've seen so many types of movies. So you've got to give us something that is different from the average, from the normal, from the everyday. You have to give us an experience that is truly going to make it worth our while to want to go to the movie theaters and spend our hard-earned money on your movie. And with biopics, a lot of it is always the same old story of how they grew up and coming up with the music and struggling, and then the highs and then the down lows and everything like that. You've seen it so many other times before, and I think nowadays you have to spin that into something a little bit more clever. I mean, you look at Rocket Man. Rocket Man was a fantastic movie, yes, average biopic about a really great artist's life, but they did it more as a musical than anything else. They really took the music biopic and spun it into more of a musical aspect to make it a little bit more outside the box, a little bit more entertaining, and it worked. It paid off. People love that movie. I mean, even look at Weird, the Al Yankovic story. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie, but I have, and it is weird. Kind of fitting, actually. I mean, it is all over the place. And I remember watching that with my girlfriend, and we're like, wait a minute, did this happen to Weird Al? What? He's dating Madonna and now he's fighting in the jungle? What the fuck? Like, we're like, it just goes all over the place. And we're like, oh, because it's kind of like a parody of musical biopics. And it's kind of like how Weird Al's life is. It's just a parody. And I'm thinking, that's clever. That works, man. And so it was outside the box and it got people's attention. And you really have to do that. Look, I love so many really great, wonderful biopics, whether it's What's Love Got to Do with It, or The Doors, the Buddy Holly story. I could go on and on and on, man. I mean, Bohemian Rhapsody is fantastic, and there's so many really wonderful ones out there. La Bamba, you name it. And I think for me, I connected with the music, and then through the music, I connected with the artist, and then their life was fascinating through that. The problem is the music is great here, but it's all artists that are just sort of an afterthought within the movie. And it's more about this one guy who loves cocaine and loves to party and loves sleeping with chicks. And apparently loves music enough to want to start a record company. Okay, cool. What else you got? And it's like, there's nothing really more to it. And I really wanted a little bit more, and I just didn't get it, dude. And it's unfortunate. Look, man, I've sort of reconciled with the fact that not every musical biopic is going to hit the way I want it to. It's just the facts, dude. As much as I love certain ideas, it just isn't always going to be executed the right way. And this is the same thing with I Want to Dance with Somebody. So this is one that's on the lesser end of the spectrum. Is there still unique things in the movie? Yeah, but is it worth your time? As a musical biopic fan, I'm not quite sure it is. I mean, if you're fascinated by the story, that's great, but you could just watch a VH1 behind the music or a documentary on the label itself. This movie doesn't really give you anything that the documentary wouldn't. Just saying, man. I mean, you do get deleted scenes, behind the scenes, feature commentary in the recording studio. I mean, there's some good special features here, but here's the thing about it. The director of this movie is actually Neil Bogart's son. No lie, it actually is, man. And I kind of feel like he's too close to the material. It's hard for him to objectively look at the film and look at what the story is, and as a filmmaker, as an entertainer, really feel like he really knows the value of the things he's putting in the movie. It kind of feels like he's just putting it in there to put it in there because it's his father's life and his story, and he wants to try to get as much stuff in there and cram it as possible without ever realizing that you've got to make an entertaining movie and an entertaining structure out of it. And he doesn't do that, man. It's just a shame. I mean, potential, but lost potential at the end of the day. Look, musical biopics can be phenomenal. They can be amazing. They can shed a light on the artist's struggles and appreciation that you've never known before. But honestly, if you want to know about cocaine use and partying and sleeping with women while having a 70s lifestyle, then go at it. But something tells me I can watch a Studio 54 documentary and get the same goddamn thing. Good try spending gold, but better luck next time. Having a superpower where you just turn into a grown-ass man-child seems cool, but I kind of already am, so what's the point? Just saying, man. The Blu-ray DVD of Shazam! Fury of the Gods for $40. Well, hey, nobody said superpowers were inexpensive, folks. If you thought that, obviously you've never gotten into tights. Clearly. Oh, my Lord, man. Yes. Good old Shazam being on the big screen, probably for the last time for a long, long time. Now, look, I'm gonna be honest, man. As I said earlier, loved the movie, but, dude, this movie bombed. And it bombed hard at the box office. And if you're DC, especially revamping DC the way that obviously James Gunn and Peter Safran is gonna do it, I don't think there's any room for Shazam in their plans at this point. I don't. And in fact, I'm going to be honest with you, I really have no idea what the plans are necessarily. I mean, they're keeping Amanda Waller, they're rebooting Superman, they may be keeping Ezra Miller as the Flash, they're probably getting rid of Aquaman, maybe rebooting Wonder Woman. I mean, the plans are kind of all over the place at this point, so I don't know what they're keeping, what they're not, but I have a feeling Shazam is just not one of them. I mean, maybe had it made a lot of money at the box office, maybe that would have been a different discussion, but yeah, that's never gonna happen now, dude. And I feel bad, ultimately, for this movie because, yes, is it a standard superhero comic book movie? Yes. Does it reinvent the wheel? No. Is there many more that are much more exciting and much more well-made and well-structured and more exciting? Absolutely, dude. But for an average, family-friendly superhero comic book adventure movie, I think it succeeds in spades. But Rotten Tomatoes is a son of a bitch. I mean, seriously, it really is, man. I mean, it got some piss poor ratings to it, and people were review bombing it like crazy, and at every opportunity people were shitting on the movie, and I don't understand why. I don't get it. I mean, it's not a bad movie. Is it because DC is rebooting everything? Is it because they got rid of Henry Cavill? I mean, look, it sucks. I liked Henry Cavill, man. And it sucks that they're rebooting the goddamn thing when I don't really think they should have. But at the same time, I trust James Gunn. But to ultimately shit on a movie because of other issues outside of that doesn't really make any fucking sense to me. But then again, maybe audiences stayed away because they just felt like, well, since this world is getting rebooted anyways, what's the point in investing ourselves in it? That's another thing as well. I mean, the thing about it that I've always told you guys, straight up, is that I can sit here and give my opinion to you constantly about all kinds of movies out there, right? I could do that. But at the end of the day, it's up to you to watch the movie and actually judge for yourself, man, and form your own opinion of it. And I kind of feel like people don't do that anymore. They end up listening to a Rotten Tomatoes score, or they end up being like, oh, well, this person said to stay away from it, so I'm gonna do it. I said, look, you have to make up your own mind. You have to form your own opinion. Stop being a fucking follower and actually be a fucking leader for once, man. And stop listening to these goddamn quote-unquote experts or these websites that just because they put a rating on them means that you have to follow it. Who gives a shit about that? Do you know how many movies there literally is in the history of cinema that got shit on by critics and now many years later are either considered classics or people were like, fuck it, I kind of like them. Okay, fine, Siskel and Ebert didn't like this shit. Who gives a fuck? I like the goddamn thing. And this is exactly one of those instances. Like I said, John and I walked out of the movie theater and we said, this is some good stuff. We enjoyed it. It's not perfect, but we had a fun time at the movie theater and we don't get the hate for it. And that's the truth of it. Look, Shazam most likely is not going to be a part of the new DC regime, okay? It's just not going to be, because honestly, the character is not that popular and the movies didn't make that much money. And at the end of the day, what is a studio about? It's about popularity and money. And if you don't have both of those things on your side, then it ain't working out your way. And that's the truth. And this movie and this series is just not gonna go that way. I mean, David F. Sandberg has already said he's done with the Shazam world. He loved playing in the pond, but he's done. He's moving on. He's going back to horror. It's been cool, but it is what it is, man. And honestly, James Gunn is moving in a different direction. And with the flop of Black Adam, and now with the flop of this, I don't think that Shazam is going to be entering into any higher DC importance in the near future. I just don't see it, man. And you can blame the ultimate failure of this movie. You can blame it on Rotten Tomatoes. You can blame it on the disgusted DC fan base who has just had enough of the bullshit and just didn't want to support this. You could blame it on The Rock, because actually what they wanted to do at the end of the first movie was introduce the idea of Black Adam and put him in the sequel. But The Rock ixnayed that entire fucking thing. He did not want to be a part of this. He did not want to be playing second banana to Shazam. Okay, he didn't want to fucking do it. And well, look how that fucking turned out. I mean, seriously. So, I mean, this series has always had a little bit of a tarnish on it because it just wasn't as good. It wasn't Batman, it wasn't Superman, it wasn't Wonder Woman, fuck, it wasn't even Green Lantern. And I think a lot of people were just kind of like, yeah, fun for what it is, but it didn't really work out ultimately. And so, look, I hope to one day see Shazam on the big screen again. I really do, because I think it's a great character that has a lot of great potential, but it just wasn't given the great opportunity that I think it should have deserved. And that's a goddamn shame. But at the end of the day, business is business, baby. And if you don't deliver the goods, well, your superpowers are going to be taken away. And it looks like Shazam's wings have officially been clipped. Fuck, dude. Well, at least we'll always have these couple of movies. And we'll have some great special features as well. Commentary, and you have Mythology of Shazam, and Scene Deconstruction, Sisterhood of Villains, deleted scenes. Very nice. Not bad special features to go along with a movie that ain't half bad. Alright, look. The DC world right now is in absolute chaos. And there's no telling where the direction is going to go next. What's going to happen with The Flash? I have no idea. What's going to happen with Aquaman 2? Shit if I know, man. I mean, we don't know who's staying, who's going, what storylines are going to be developed, where all of this is ultimately headed. There's no telling of anything at this point. Right now, they're trying to get their shit together. And as they get their shit together, sometimes you need to blow down the house in order to build it back up again. And when that happens, sometimes some of the old bricks tend to get thrown out. And Shazam is one of them. These two movies have been fun. And they've been entertaining. But right now, DC is definitely in rebuilding mode. And something tells me that the powers of Shazam is not any powers that they're going near anytime soon. We'll see ultimately where Shazam ends up, good, bad, and different. But for me, it's been a fun ride with a fun character, and a fun adventure worth having for a family-friendly superhero adventure that I think is well worth the ride.
Hey, yo, go get him, kid.
God, my Sylvester Stallone is so piss poor. Jesus Christ. That was motivation, I swear, Creed. Oh, man. Creed 3, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $40. Okay. Not bad, I guess. All things considered. I mean, they also have the 4K for $50. Shit. Man, with those prices, shit, I might as well get beat up by Michael B. Jordan. Fucking hell, man. Ay, ay, ay. Good God, man. You can't run from your past, but you might be able to think about your future. Oh, you might indeed, because this movie made a good chunk of change at the box office. It was quite successful, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know what that means. Success breeds more success, breeds a Creedverse? What? Yeah, you heard me right, man. Basically, Michael B. Jordan and Amazon have reached a deal, monetary, quite a bit of amount of money that Michael B. Jordan is going to be grabbing to do a series of spin-offs for the Creed universe. They're thinking anime series, they're thinking live-action TV series, they're thinking spin-off movies for Creed's daughter, for Ivan Drago, on top of perhaps even more Creed films. Boy, they are going to be exploiting this fucking series for every ounce of monetary possibility that you could possibly imagine, man. You're going to have Creed in the next few years coming out of your goddamn eyeballs, and you better be prepared for it. Oh, you better indeed, man. And I don't know how I feel about that necessarily. There's a part of me that's like, hey, this is really successful. Let's keep the train going. Hey, if we could do more great stories within this great boxing world, then why not try it for it? But at the same time, I'm like, man, I remember way back in the day watching those early Rocky movies and thinking to myself, man, I never thought of a Rocky spin-off world where you would get TV series and movies with, like, you know, Hulk Hogan's character or Mr. T or, you know, Carl Weathers or some shit. I mean, thinking now about it, that would have actually been kind of cool, but that just wasn't even in the cards back in the day. But now, once something is successful, it becomes a whole entire franchise unto itself, man. And it's just wild to think about that. Watch that first Rocky movie, and now fast forward all the way to Creed 3, and all the possibilities that this franchise has been through in the spin-off. And man, I never thought we'd see the day. I never thought we'd get here, but here we are, man. And at the same time, I'm thinking, you know, sometimes a little does go a long way. I don't know if we had gotten all of those Rocky spin-offs or a lot of series based off of the Rocky movies, whether we would cherish them as much as we do now. Those movies are beloved by so many fans because there's only a finite amount of movies, and you get to enjoy the characters for that short amount of time, and then you're out. To get barraged by so much of it all at once, it could potentially be kind of like just an overload. And I don't know whether people love the Creed series enough to want to do that. I mean, I love the Creed movies. I love all three of them. But I don't know if Creed is that strong of a potential franchise to make it into a complete universe worth of ideas and characters and TV series. It's just wild to me, man. It's absolutely wild to me. But then again, you know, look, if something is successful, they're gonna basically just use it up for every ounce they got, man. And this is what it is at this point, dude. I would rather see a Creed 4. Give me Creed 4. Give me Adonis, now that he's back in the ring again, coming back, and bring Rocky back into the fold as the mentor, and do some really great, wonderful stories, and really develop the movies more than anything else. I think you could really do that and really continue to make a really great worthy movie franchise out of it. But look, I mean, I'm not going to be honest. I mean, Michael B. Jordan is in great shape, but I mean, how many times does he want to get beat the shit out of? I mean, Stallone did it, but then again, you know, Stallone has a face that looks like it's been punched quite a bit, so it kind of makes sense. I mean, seriously, man. But look, I will ultimately say this, that every series eventually runs out of steam, right? Because the pinnacle of the Rocky franchise, let's be real here, is Rocky 4, right? Fighting the Russian and everything like that. And then once you get to Rocky 5, you're like, ah, shit, okay, we're doing the whole, like, you know, Don King impression, we're doing the Tommy Gunn stuff, and like, oh, okay, fine. I mean, I like part 5, but I get it, right? Okay? And then Rocky Balboa was good. It was a nice little add-on to the franchise that I really enjoyed Rocky in, and I thought Stallone did a great job with that, but, you know, he's older, it's not as exciting as it used to be, you know, going through the motions type of things like that, man. And I kind of feel like that's going to be where Creed is going to go many years from now. I mean, right now, the franchise is not out of gas. Not even close, man. The tank is still pretty goddamn full, and they're taking advantage of it. And I give them credit for going in a different direction with Creed 3, because I remember at the end of Creed 2, man, when everybody was talking about the potential of more movies, they were like, oh, well, they brought back Ivan Drago's son to fight Creed. Oh my god, what are we gonna get, Mr. T's kid now? And like, I remember those whole discussions that were being had online, man. People were just goofing on the whole thing. Oh my god, we're bringing back all these old farts, and now their kids are fighting the next generation's kids, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man, when is this gonna fucking end? And I'm glad that they kind of stayed away from that. They went a little bit more personal, they went a little bit more dramatic with his past, and I think it works for this movie really well, man. Look, I don't know where they can go with the Creed franchise, but then again, I'd argue that I think a lot of people probably never really realized where you could go with the Rocky franchise until you really ended up putting it into the context of like modern day, modern politics, the idea of the whole Cold War with Russia and fighting the Russians of America versus the USSR. I mean, the Rocky franchise was really smart in that way, man. And I'd like to see the Creed series maybe take a page out of that. I don't know how they would do it. I don't know where they would go with the stories and the boxing matches and the characters, but I'm willing to at least go with it and try, man. Look, I am a big fan of these types of movies. I'm a big fan of the Rocky franchise, and I remember when Creed was happening, and I was skeptical. I'm like, really? We're doing a spinoff with Creed's kid? Like, how is this gonna work, man? And it blew me away. So now, I guess what I'm saying is I'm just along for the ride, dude, okay? I'm just along for it, and I'm hoping that it continues to surprise me and make good films out of it. That's all I want at the end of the day, man. You know, forget the TV stuff, forget the anime series. I mean, come on, Creed anime series? Really? Are we doing this shit? I mean, come on, dude. You know, okay, all of the spin-offs, Ivan Drago, Creed's little girl, even though what would that even be like? I don't know, man. It's just exploitation for exploitation's sake, and there's no real plan. They're just throwing it all out there on a platter, and hopefully people eat it up because it's fucking Creed, right? At the end of the day, let's do another movie. Let's bring back the old school mentalities and just make an entertaining film with great fucking boxing matches and a story that you can really root for. That's all I want. That's what the Rocky films did. Let the Creed films do that. And at the end of the day, maybe we can cheer for the good guy once in a while. Doesn't sound bad to me. Just saying, man. I mean, you've got Michael B. Jordan in the ring and behind the camera, Donnie and Dame. There's no enemy like the past. Deleted scenes, not bad. You know, look, for me, I realize that as much as I love the Rocky movies, and I will always cherish them, at some point we gotta move past them and we gotta start thinking about more of the future of this franchise and what it ultimately means for Creed and for these characters. And I gotta admit, for me as a moviegoer, I never thought I'd see the day where the Rocky franchise has spun off to something that is still just as popular today as it was way back in the day in the 70s and 80s. And I give the credit to Stallone and the character that he created and how iconic it has become, and the fan base that is still as invested in these stories as they were all the way long time ago when those original movies came out. And I feel like this series owes so much to such a great underdog character that Rocky was. And this franchise is the ultimate underdog story. And it continues to thrive because of that. And so we have to look to the future. Wherever Creed goes, wherever the franchise takes them, I will be curious to continue to want to invest myself in this and see where the world of Creed takes us as cinema goers. And look, at the end of the day, you owe a lot to the past, but you also have to look towards the future. And I think Creed is doing that. Will they ultimately be successful? Will it be as memorable as Rocky? I highly doubt it, but I think these movies are just as entertaining, just as thrilling, and I think we can have some really great commentary in modern day times within a really great underdog story. And that can never, never truly be a bad thing, man. It can indeed. A little bit of Creed goes a long way, and a little bit of bad guy versus good guy mentality, well, come on. It's always good to boo for the bad guy, root for the good guy, and have a little bit of, yo, Adrian, in the process. Because, come on, don't we all want Stallone to come back for the fourth film? We kind of do. As long as you bring my man Stallone in for a little bit of, hey, yo, Creed. As long as you bring a little bit of Stallone goodness into it, and a little bit of thrilling boxing matches, then I'm always gonna be on board. I truly will, man. It's the ultimate underdog tale, good versus evil, in the best modern day mentality you can get. It's not sci-fi, it's not fantasy, it's not wizards and witches. It's true human beings battling each other for the ultimate dominance. Machismo, baby. It can't be beat. Let's hope for more machismo love from good old Creed and Rocky in the very near future.
Oh my god, I had to show this off, dude. I couldn't believe that they have barbed wire here, man. $9.99. Oh my god, that's wild, dude. Holy shit. Don't call me babe. I won't, Pam Anderson, I swear. Even though you are a total babe. Well, back in the day you were, at least. Oh my god, man, I remember this movie. Dude, this is a weird, crazy-ass movie, man. It's actually kind of fun in a cheesy, ridiculous, over-the-top way, but this was supposed to be like Pamela Anderson's like big breakout movie, right? I mean, she was on Baywatch, she was the sex symbol, she'd be running across the sand in the very tight outfit, and it's like, okay, she wants to be more. She wants to be a movie star, and it's like, okay, that's great. But barbed wire? Really? This was supposed to put her on the map? I mean, all things considered, it is fun. I remember back in the day, this thing flopped and flopped hard, but looking back on the movie, it's really not so bad, all things considered. Yeah, it's kind of aged really badly, but I kind of like the cheesy ridiculousness of it. I kind of do, man. And you forget that fucking Udo Kier is in this goddamn thing, dude. And Tamura Morrison, Boba Fett himself. I think he played like Pamela Anderson's love interest or some shit. Like something like that. It's been so long since I watched this goddamn thing, but I remember bits and pieces of it, man. This is fucking crazy shit, dude.
Oh, wow, man. A blast from the frickin' past, dude. You know, look, I gotta admit, I do like Pam Anderson, all things considered. I mean, she's not the best actress in the world, not even friggin' close, but she had a lot of great personality and charisma on Baywatch, and I liked her in that old school movie Snapdragon from way back in the day. She's actually really good in that movie, so she's not bad, all things considered, but maybe some piss poor choices from time to time. Hey, Barbed Wire is what it is. It's definitely kind of in that sort of Barbarella camp type of thing, right? Of like cheesy sci-fi, but where Barbarella was actually kind of a success way back in the day. Trying to replicate that in modern times is not so easy to pull off, especially with this movie. It is what it is. A cult classic? Absolutely. Pamela Anderson's best? Not really. But fun? Sure, why the hell not? Sometimes there are certain VHSs that are really worth rediscovering, and then there's ones where probably best to rebury the damn thing. Trust me, everybody would be better off. And this is kind of one of those. VHS 99, a Shudder original, the Blu-ray for $20.99, which honestly is not that bad for Barnes & Nobles, but with this movie, it's still too fucking high. Oh shit, it really is, man. And you know, look, I love a good horror anthology. I think they're absolutely fun and fantastic, and they're a really great slice of horror. You can have different types of subgenres within horror in one horror anthology and have really great entertaining tales, and it's just a really great fun ride from beginning to end, or it could be. Sometimes it ends up being a chore, like this movie, and not every horror anthology is created equal, right? I mean, sometimes you kind of get to this point in a horror anthology franchise. I mean, look at Creepshow. Creepshow is an amazing movie, absolutely classic within the horror genre. I love Creepshow 2. Slightly underrated, more of a cult classic. Sure, I'd say that, but I still think it's fun with really great, amazing tales. Not nearly as memorable as the first film, but I think just as equally entertaining. But then you get to Creepshow 3. You know, guys, have you ever seen Creepshow 3? Because if you haven't, I'm just gonna say probably best to be skipping that shit. I mean, you can watch it if you want, take the stab at it, but something tells me your eyeballs are really gonna regret that shit. They really will, dude, trust me. I'm just spitting facts, bro. But you know what, man? At a certain point, you've kind of done everything you could with a franchise, and you get to this point where you've kind of reinvented yourself, reinvigorated it, and then you come back and you try to tempt fate one more time. And this is one of those instances, dude. They should have just ended with VHS 94, because it was such a perfect encapsulation of all of the good stuff within the VHS franchise. And then to come back for this, it was a nice idea to do VHS 99, right? Party like it's 1999, motherfucker, but at the end of the day, it just came off as cheap and amateurish and unprofessional. It just felt like these are kids in their fucking basement with $100 from their fucking grandmother. That's like, oh, well, if you want to go to Party City, we can go to Party City and get stuff for your little friends to make your little movie. That's what it fucking felt like, dude. Seriously. I mean, my God, man. I was so fucking disappointed in this goddamn thing. And the stories themselves, I mean, you've seen these type of stories time and time again in various other movies, but they're just done so piss poor. Jesus, man. And I mean, I guess the best thing I could say is that it's better than Creepshow 3. I mean, if that's high praise, then it really isn't. I mean, damn, dude. Shit. God damn, man. I don't know. For me, I gotta be honest with you, I'm more of an old school horror anthology guy. I like the old school stuff way back in the day, the Tales from the Crypt stuff, and obviously the Creepshow stuff, and, you know, the Cat's Eye, and you name it, man. I mean, some of that stuff is really fantastic, still is great to this day. Every now and again, you get a really good one anthology that kind of surprises you, but outside of that, man, you're getting hot garbage, dude. And look, I like the VHS franchise. Does it ultimately have as much cachet as the Creepshow series? No, not really. But I've always thought it was fun, harmless, good old horror entertainment for what it was. And the problem is, when you do so many of these anthologies, eventually you get to a point where you are just spinning your wheels, that you are just doing the same thing over and over again and not doing it half as good as you did earlier in the franchise. And it happens with all kinds of horror franchises. It ain't just the horror anthology ones. It's slasher franchises, it's the fucking Grudge franchise, you name it, dude. Poltergeist, fucking Jaws, the Halloween series, you name it, man. All of them go through this shit. So it's not like VHS 99 is the only one that's ever pissed the bed. But that being said, man, it pissed it hard. And all over the place, too. Yeah, man, can we just end it, dude? I mean, there was never a Creepshow 4. By the time Creepshow 3 happened, George Romero was already off that shit. Stephen King was. Nobody was wanting to come back and make another one. And these people took over the name and just made a shit sandwich of a movie just called Creepshow, just to ape off of the fucking franchise. And look how that went. That was fucking piss poor. And my God, man, it's just one of the worst horror anthologies ever fucking made. Simple as that, dude. And I think, at least with this movie, their heart was in the right place. They were trying to make a good horror anthology. The word ultimately is trying, because they certainly didn't succeed in that shit. But I don't know, maybe a horror anthology is, maybe they're done. I mean, I hate to say that, but it's the truth, man. Maybe we've seen it all, and now we're just aping off of everything else at this point. And the better shit was in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and hell, even the 90s. Look, man, I'm a child of the 90s. Of course I want to agree with that shit. You know, but this is just not the way, dude, to do this. And after a certain while, you gotta know when to quit. You gotta know when to say it's done and over, and we've had a good run, and that's it. And just overdoing it sometimes ends up blowing up in your face. And this is one of those times, dude. Look, maybe there will be a horror anthology that comes down the pike where I'm like, oh my God, horror anthologies are back, baby. But right now, after watching VHS 99, I kind of just want to stick to the old school shit, because we have some really great horror filmmakers doing some really great, fantastic horror out there, like Mike Flanagan, for instance, James Wan, you name it. But I think they want to explore new territory within horror. They don't want to regurgitate the same shit. And a lot of the filmmakers that we're getting now in this franchise are just basically puking up the same crap that we've seen over and over again. And we've been eating the crap constantly because, quite frankly, sometimes it's been good shit. But now it's literally watered down, soupy, and, well, quite disgusting. Well, good luck to VHS 2002. Oh, God, please let that not be a reality. Oh, man, I hope I didn't just jinx myself. Fuck. God damn it, man. Please let that not be a reality. But if it turns out to be, I just warned you. Oh, God, I did, man. Put it out of its goddamn misery, will you? It really needs it, man. You know, I've learned over the years, being a horror lover, that certain horror franchises just need to go, or certain movies within the horror realm, they've ran its course, man. Kind of like exorcism films or certain things like that. Shark movies, you name it. You know, certain times you've done all you can with a genre and that's it. And this is one of those times. Well, better luck next time for whoever does the next VHS movie or the next supposedly great horror anthology flick. I'll be watching, but not in anticipation, that's for damn sure. Oh god, there's a whole lot of special features, exclusive New York Comic Con footage, deleted scenes, location scouting, bloopers. Oh god, they actually had deleted scenes in this shit? Wait a minute, footage that they cut from this film was actually worse than the shit they put in? Oh my god. There is a hell. Jesus. Okay, look, man. Just end it, alright? Just watch the essentials. That's all you really need. The essentials and maybe a little bit of the cult classics. Anything else after that is just torture, folks. It really is. Do what you will. Watch it if you might. But the good days are far behind this franchise. It really... honestly is. But hey, at least the physical media is definitely on the upswing here at good old Barnes & Noble's. B&N was supplying the goods, and I definitely enjoyed it. Not half bad for the physical media love. Let's head out. Barnes & Noble's be delivering the goods. You bet your ass on that one, baby. We got the new release love. We've got a little bit of Criterion goodness. I think Barnes & Noble's definitely was delivering on the physical media appreciation, don't you? But then again, I think they're kind of used to it. Oh, I think they are indeed, man. Not bad. A lot of good variety. Maybe the prices aren't always the hottest, let's be fair, but, well, sometimes we can forgive that. Sometimes. Hey, at least they have the goods. At least they showed off the physical media love. And that can't be beat. And in fact, I gotta give it up to most stores because they definitely were at least doing their due diligence for the physical media and all of the wondrous artwork and all the great additions. And hey, as far as a physical media lover, that's all I'm really asking for. I want the goods to be in the stores. I want the cool artwork. I want the special features that make my mouth water with anticipation. And hey, this week we got it. And it can't be beat. I know you appreciate that, or at least I'd like to think you do. I know that I do. But enough about being in the stores and celebrating the physical media goodies. I think it's time to head home and finish the video. Alright, everybody. That'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD out and about video this week. And let me tell you something, man. Thought it was pretty sweet, all things considered. I mean, you got some really great releases. Superheroes, fantasies, and so much more, man. It was quite plentiful. I really enjoyed seeing the physical media, the different artworks, a little bit of exclusive love. So, hey, it can't be beat, man. Not every week is going to be crazy amounts of plentiful, but when they're hitting on all cylinders, they really are. And this week tended to prove that. Not bad, man. At least nowadays. Look, physical media in retail stores isn't exactly what it used to be, so a good week is a good week regardless, and sometimes you gotta take what you can get, and this week definitely gave us a lot. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think that there was a lot in stores? Did you get anything good? Definitely let me know. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I picked up some things. Did you think I didn't? Seriously? With so much coming out this week, there was bound to be at least some stuff I was gonna pick up. So, let's dive into what I got, man. And this one was absolutely a no-brainer. After I saw it in the movie theater, I knew that this was going to be an instant pickup for me to get. Day one, no doubt about it, man. And that is none other than a little bit of D&D love. Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. Oh, absolutely, man. I gotta tell you, as somebody who is a novice coming into the D&D world, not knowing a damn thing about it practically, I gotta admit, this movie was really fun and engaging, and it really made me want more. You know, there is a lot of fantasy movies out there. There's a lot of really great ones that you've loved over the years, and there's a lot of ones that have kind of failed.
And Dungeons and Dragons, as I mentioned earlier to you guys, there's been a lot of different movies that have tried to at least recreate the D&D world through movie form and have absolutely failed, bombed big time. And I kept on wondering to myself why necessarily, because you can have cool dragons and fantastical creatures and castles and big realms and you name it, man. But why have most failed where this succeeded? And I think the true answer to that is the fact that, look, the characters were fun and engaging and entertaining and interesting, and you were investing yourselves into them. You were investing into the relationships and the story of it all. And that's really the main thing about it. With any fantasy movie, you could have great, huge CGI coming in your face, but if you don't care about the characters, if you don't feel like you're engaged with the situation, then it all is kind of for naught. And this movie proves that you can make a really great Dungeons and Dragons movie. You just have to actually make it something that everybody is going to be entertained by. You can't just make it for the diehards, and you can't just make it for the beginners. You have to involve everybody, and it's not easy to do, treading that really thin line. But Dungeons and Dragons did it, and quite frankly, it did it well. I really loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I really loved the story and the characters, and I could see myself wanting a sequel to this. I really can. And look, I know this movie did not make a lot at the box office. In fact, I believe it kind of lost money, unfortunately. But this is a good movie, and I think it's all about word of mouth. I think one person is going to tell another person that will tell someone else, and it will eventually catch like wildfire. Once I think it's easily accessible for people, like on physical media and renting it digitally, Redbox, you name it, more people are going to find it, more people are going to be engaged by it, and I think you're going to see much more interest in this film, a bigger love affair for it, and I think maybe that interest could potentially down the line see a sequel. Even if it doesn't, even if this movie is just a complete one-off, I have to admit it's a great one-off at that, man, and it proves that you can make good adaptations out of Dungeons and Dragons. You just have to do it the right way, and these filmmakers definitely did, man. I knew I was going to pick this up day one, no doubt about it. And a little bit of 4K love added to the collection, not a bad thing. Not a bad thing indeed, baby, for a little bit of D&D love. Absolutely. But if we go down the fantastical realm, I guess we have to go down a little bit of comic book love too, as I suppose we do. Can't say I always buy every comic book movie, but this one I think definitely needs to be added to the collection. And that is none other than a little bit of DC appreciation for Shazam! Fury of the Gods. Yes, look at this. Oh, by the way, the Steelbook. Yes, look at that. Come on. Oh, that's cool. Liking that, man. That is pretty goddamn sweet. Pretty cool, dare I say. Not bad, man. Now, I gotta admit, I was kind of on the fence at first about wanting to pick up this movie, because I thought to myself, I said, well, we're never gonna get any more Shazam movies, right? I mean, technically, it's gonna get rebooted. And I thought, is it really worth it for me to buy Shazam, all things considered, if they're going to reboot the whole damn thing anyways? But then I said to myself, fuck it. Who cares if they're going to reboot something or not? If you love a movie, you just got to buy it, be damned. And this is one of those instances, man, because I got to admit, the first movie actually kind of surprised me. I wasn't expecting it to be very solid of a movie, and it actually really surprised me overall. And then the sequel, even though the trailers didn't make it out to look all that great, and the interest was just completely just down the dump. I mean, my God, man, people were not looking forward to this movie at all, man. The reception for it was lukewarm at best. But again, I went in with checked expectations. John and I went into that movie theater, and we left really feeling like this was a fun movie, man. We were entertained from start to finish. We really loved the humor to it. We loved the characters. We loved the crazy action sequences, the fantastical creatures like the dragon. I mean, there is some really great stuff in this movie, man. And unfortunately, it is one of those things where this character is hard to put on screen. It's hard to involve this character into the greater world of the DCEU. And I kind of feel like DC really, I think at this point, still needs to work out the kinks. And what I mean by that is Marvel is so good at adding these characters into the larger narrative. Even look at somebody like Ant-Man. You may not like Ant-Man Quantumania, but at least you can recognize that they did a job of bringing that Ant-Man into the larger world of the cinematic universe and making him a pivotal character. They were able to do it, and do it rather successfully, mind you. DC hasn't really learned that yet, and DC is just a hot mess. I mean, let's be real, it really is. And so I feel bad for everybody involved in this movie, man, whether it's Zachary Levi or David F. Sandberg, everybody, because they really put their heart and soul into this movie. And unfortunately, at every turn, DC, Warner Brothers has kind of fucked them over, man. And so, for me, regardless whether it's going to get rebooted or not, regardless of whether Shazam stays or goes, I am going to cherish these movies, the first and the second one here, because I think they're solid flicks. They're not reinventing the wheel. They're not changing the superhero comic book ultimate way of filmmaking. They're just not going to do it, guys. But I think they're really harmless, family-friendly entertainment that I absolutely enjoyed. And fuck the haters. Fuck the critics. Fuck everybody involved, man. Because if you love a movie, you love a movie, man. And for me, this was well worth adding to the collection, and the Steelbook love is amazing. I ordered this through Best Buy, and man, it came in perfect condition. The art is so fucking sick. It's awesome, man. Actually, the Shazam releases have had some really great artwork in the past, and this is no exception, man. Another Steelbook to add to the collection, but this art is pretty damn worth it. Not bad. If you're looking for family-friendly, harmless little comic book fun, Shazam is definitely where it's at. Not bad, baby. Not bad indeed. You gotta give it up for DC superhero love. Well, at least when they do it right. But on to more goodies. Well, of course, man, because I told you that I was gonna pick up this 4K eventually, and well, I couldn't wait any longer. I had to order through Best Buy, but it was well worth it. Came in great condition. And damn glad to finally have it in the collection for a little bit of disaster movie love in 4K style. You bet it's worth it. In Deep Impact. Oh, yes, baby. Nice. God damn. You know, when I talked about this movie the week that it came out, I gotta admit, man, I love this movie. And for me, it's a much more dramatic, heartfelt, pulse-pounding, thrilling, and emotional journey than what Armageddon is. Armageddon is a whole different movie, man. It's action-packed, it's adventurous, it's humorous, it's got so much really great popcorn blockbuster action love in there, man. But this is a totally different thing, and I think that's why it works really well, man. It's not trying to be Armageddon, it's not trying to, you know, be the next blockbuster that's going up against it. It's telling its own tale and telling it rather effectively, man. And the acting is phenomenal here, and the effects are great, and the story is really thrilling and heart-pounding, and I've always loved this movie, man. And to see it get the 4K love, that is pretty goddamn sweet, man. So absolutely I want it in the collection. I can't say all disaster comets, meteors coming to Earth gonna kill everybody is good. Lord knows they're not. But Deep Impact, let's be real, is one of the best. Oh, it truly is. Not bad for a little bit of Deep Impact love. Pretty sweet, but that is not it, because there is more to dive into. What?
Really? Yeah, it kind of is, man, because another really great movie got a release. Maybe not in stores, but I picked it up through Amazon, and damn glad for it to finally get a little bit of release love, because Troma definitely deserves it in Lust for Freedom. Hell has no fury as a woman behind bars. Oh, you bet your ass it is, man. Look, I love me some Troma, man. I can't say I have a lot of Troma in the collection, but the select amount of Troma that I have is ones that I really, really adore. And Lust for Freedom is one of them. You guys know over the years that I've been buying a lot of these women in prison flicks because actually they're quite entertaining. I mean, they're cheesy, they're ridiculous, they're over the top like a motherfucker, but they're actually really fun, and I kind of like the overacting that they do and just the absolute, old school cheesiness. And there's something about it that's kind of charming for what it is. And this is yet another one of them, man. Troma does women in prison flicks, and they do it pretty damn well, man. Not bad. If you ever seen this one, definitely give it a look. If you like women in prison flicks, why not? But just for Troma alone, it's worth it. Come on. Not bad, baby. And the last, but certainly not least, that I picked up, and this one I actually got through eBay of all places. Now, look, I don't always buy through eBay. Lord knows the resellers are just absolute vultures these days. But ever so occasionally I do, and this one I had to because going through Amazon, that tended to be not an option, actually. But I figured to put a little bit more torture porn in the collection, why not, man? Especially when it comes to Eli Roth, sure, in Hostel Part 2. Okay, so a long while back, actually, one of my subscribers, I believe it was Ryan, who sent me a double feature disc of Hostel and Hostel Part 2. And when I got it in the mail, I was very thankful for Ryan to send me that. He didn't have to, but it was really nice of him. And I talked about how I really hated Hostel Part 2, man. Like, seriously, like, it really got on my nerves. It grated me in a big bad way. And, I was going through the collection one day, and I was like, what am I gonna watch? And not saying I was technically in the mood for torture porn, because who's really in the mood for that shit on a daily basis, but I was like, maybe a revisit ain't half bad, right? And I gotta admit, hate is a very strong word. I probably shouldn't say I hate this movie. I slightly dislike it. I actually like it a little bit more now than I did way back in the day. I ended up putting on a fresh pair of glasses and reevaluating it. And when I did that, it wasn't half bad, all things considered, man. And so I was like, do I want it in the double feature form? Do I want a separate release of it? I kinda do. So I decided, you know what? It's worth it adding it to the collection. So I went on Amazon. And lo and behold, I didn't realize that this Blu-ray edition of Hostel Part 2 is actually out of print. I didn't fucking realize that, guys. Seriously, when you go on Amazon, all you're gonna find is used copies by all these different places that Amazon works with. And so I ended up picking up a used copy through Amazon, thinking, okay, if it's partnered with Amazon, it's going to be in at least somewhat good condition, so I'm cool with it, whatever. The disc comes in the mail. I get it. And my God, dude, I have never seen a case look so damn grungy in my life, dude. I felt like I needed a tetanus shot after picking this goddamn thing up. I ain't even kidding you, man. I mean, it looked like it was diseased. Okay? I mean, that's the best way that I can see it, man. It was like dirty and smelly, and I'm not even fucking joking, you guys. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, dude. And I paid like $30 fucking for a used copy of this shit. And I'm like, damn, man. I'm bringing this back to Amazon, man. I can't have this. And so it was rough, dude. So I'm like, okay, let me try to go on eBay. Cause maybe some of these people don't know that there's actually a value to this disc necessarily. So I ended up seeing this seller on eBay, and he was selling it for 25. I got him down to 20 with free shipping. And so I was like, okay, $20, free shipping, a little bit of tax, fine, whatever, 21 and change. And I got it in minty condition, brand new, factory sealed, and I opened it, and it's in really solid, great, ultimate condition, man. Fan-fucking-tastic, thank God. And yeah, there's not many of these American editions out there, and like I said, it's pretty much out of print, dude. I mean, you can still get this through, obviously, the double feature. You can even get, I think, a UK edition, but as far as this American US edition, it's actually out of print, and I'm kind of shocked by this. For a mainstream movie by a mainstream filmmaker like Eli Roth, you'd think it would still be in print, but you'd be very sadly mistaken. Kind of crazy to think about that, man. It just goes to show you that you never really know what's in print or what's out of print until you actually go check. So I got a minty, clean edition of the movie, man. Thank God, man. So now it'll be added with Hostel and with Hostel Part 3, and that concludes the Hostel trilogy for me, man. And I gotta admit, I do like the Hostel series. I think this is the lesser of all three of the films, but I still love it, and man, Eli Roth does torture porn like no man does. Okay, man, he's really great at it. He makes it entertaining and fun. The character is quirky and weird, and yet somehow you're kind of engaged in the journey of people getting massively murdered and mutilated. Sure, why not, man? Look, I don't know if I want any more torture porn in my life. I mean, I love the Saw series, and I dig the Hostel stuff, but I think that's enough for me in the collection, man. It's definitely a genre, alright, of horror. Can't say it's the best, but from time to time, seeing people, brutally chopped to pieces when you're in the mood, sure, why not? It is what it is, and I'm damn glad to have a singular copy to add to the collection. Not bad indeed, man, and not bad for the physical media experience. Definitely got a lot of interesting and unique titles worth adding to the good old collection. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk about this. Now, earlier in the video, I did mention the whole thing with Zachary Levi and the social media debacle and everything like that, right? And I'd hate to say that social media actually matters that much, but I hate to say it, but it kinda does. Especially when getting film roles? Yeah, you'd be shocked. From no film school, actors are losing roles over the amount of social media followers they have. Yeah, it's actually a thing. Let's dive in, shall we? The pressure to stay relevant seems like an essential part of Hollywood these days, whether that is knowing what people want to see from the culture or keeping your name fresh and in the minds of the audience. Relevancy seems to be the fuel behind a successful career in the industry, but not everyone believes this to be true. Despite starring in modern cult films and leading two major studio franchises, 25-year-old actress Elle Fanning doesn't feel the heat to stay current in people's minds. During a recent interview on the Happy Sad Confused podcast, Fanning was asked if there is pressure on her career to join big studio franchises to stay relevant as an actor. I don't feel that pressure. I don't. While also acknowledging that joining the likes of Marvel, Star Wars, or DC does something for other actors' careers, but you also don't know if they're going to work sometimes, which is scary. Instead, the pressure to stay relevant falls on the mindset of the studios who are looking for actors who can draw in an audience. While the days of the big movie stars might be in the middle of a massive shift as the older generation becomes, well, older, and new talent emerges, and studios are trying to find fresh faces that people recognize, what better way to see if someone is recognizable than checking the number of followers they have on social media? Fanning confirmed that this has happened to her when she had auditioned for a big studio franchise movie and lost the role because her social media
wasn't sufficient enough for the studio. Yeah, seriously. I did try out for, well, I'm not going to say what it was, but I didn't get a part once for something big because it might not have just been this reason, but this was the feedback that I heard, was because I didn't have enough Instagram followers at the time. So that was a little like, I firmly don't believe in not getting a part for that. It was for a bigger thing, a franchise thing. So she didn't get it because she didn't have enough Instagram followers. Wow, okay. Gee, that's now a thing, alright. Well, for context, Fanning's Instagram currently has 6.2 million followers, which is a fairly healthy amount of social media followers if you ask me. However, studios seem to have higher expectations and are almost unrealistic for everyone who works on sets these days, including talent. While hiring someone can't bring you the biggest audience possible, that would also require work from the studio's marketing team, which studios eagerly don't want to spend money on these days. Well, for Fanning's, the great co-star Nicholas Hoult has been more vocal about this shift in hiring actors based on performance and social media following. Hoult has stated in interviews with The Guardian and GQ Asperia that he missed out on franchise films like Top Gun Maverick and Matt Reeves' The Batman because he didn't have the audience that the studios were looking for. I would never say no to those things, but I would have to have a meeting and really talk to see what it is, Fanning added about joining a franchise. I didn't have to go through what Nick did. They made him try the Batman suit on. You need a balance. If you want to do your indie work, especially in producing now, having a big franchise does make you breathe a little better. Casting has become a strange game for the industry. While finding actors who fit the role and have a decent online following helps create a larger audience for indie films, it is mind-numbing to me that studios are not giving new actors a chance to lead a great story simply because they don't have the audience the studios want. As this shift in the industry continues, I hope that more actors get a chance to showcase their talents despite not having a massive online following. Yeah, I kind of hope that too, because it'd be a shame to waste talent just because you didn't have the right followers. Right? You'd think so, but you'd be wrong. Dead wrong. Oh man, that kinda sucks. Alright? I mean, back in the day, right, you ended up becoming a star because you actually had something that is kind of massively missing, just a little bit these days, and that's called, oh by the way, talent. Yeah, talent is a thing, at least I hope it still is, because you look at people like Jack Nicholson and Al Pacino and Robert De Niro and old school people like Robin Williams and Billy Crystal, and I could go on and on and on, man. And the idea that if they were now in the industry today as a young, hungry actor, that they would need to have at least maybe 10 million followers on their Instagram in order for them to actually be worth it for a studio to hire them? Are you fucking kidding me, man? This is where we're at now? And, you know, it just boggles my mind because there's a part of me that thinks to myself, this wouldn't happen if studios didn't inflate these fucking budgets like crazy and put more of a higher emphasis on these big franchise films, right? I mean, look, I like the comic book movies. I like Star Wars and Marvel and Harry Potter, and I love all this stuff, man, clearly. But I want these actors to come in and have the talent because they're good at what they do, not because they have a shitload of followers on Instagram. And for some reason, that doesn't seem to translate always to box office glory. I mean, studios want to think it does, but they'd be sadly mistaken. I mean, look at Addison Rae, for example, right? Addison Rae is huge on Instagram. I don't even know how many followers she has. I don't even want to know, okay? And studios are giving her projects, literally having contracts exclusively with Netflix and all these other places because of her following on Instagram. But does that ultimately translate to those Instagram followers watching the content? I don't know if it specifically does, man. I mean, if you're a studio like Netflix or one of these big Hollywood ones like Paramount or Disney or Warner Brothers, you name it, if you're basically banking your whole promotional aspect of your movie based on someone's Instagram account, then man, you're not doing your job right, and someone needs to fire your ass. I mean, I'm just honestly speaking the truth, man. I mean, I just don't understand why anymore. And I guess the reason is because studios don't want to put the money into the marketing anymore, right? They're like, look, if we're spending 200, 250, 300, 400 million dollars on a fucking movie, all right, to then put another 100, 150, 200 million into the fucking advertising, dude, we are fucked and screwed, and we need to make sure that fucking Vin Diesel ends up shouting this out on his Instagram account. We need fucking Addison Rae to fucking do all the TikTok dances that she can fucking do in order to put the big old like marketing in the background. Like, we got to do everything in our fucking power to make our money back, and hopefully every fucking eyeball that sees their fucking account, that ends up looking at their fucking post, is gonna go see the movie. But that's not entirely the case. I mean, look, right now, Fast X is in movie theaters, right? And they were hyping this thing up. Vin Diesel is all over his Instagram promoting it and on the red carpet and taking pictures with the rest of the family and posting it on his accounts and everything. And it gets a lot of likes. I'll give him credit. But that movie hasn't done well at the box office. In fact, it's done okay, but it's kind of also fallen flat on its ass as well. So all of those people that are on his Instagram, all of those people that are liking all those posts, they're not all going to the fucking movie theater. They're not all paying their cash to end up seeing Dom's 10th fucking journey in this franchise, where he does ridiculous things in a fucking car that no human being would ever do in their fucking life. I mean, seriously, just because you have a social media influence does not mean that automatically translates you to having success outside of that. And, you know, for me, you really have to end up having talent. You have to have an actual, somewhat of an understanding of how to be an actor, how to actually be in front of a camera and actually engage with other human beings and actually have, you know, that charm, that personality, that je ne sais quoi. And some of these people just don't fucking have it, man. I've seen Addison Rae on her fucking commercials. I've seen Addison Rae on that Netflix thing that she did, that fucking movie. She's got the personality of a fucking rock. She's got the personality of a goddamn stone. I've seen dead fish that have more personality than this chick. And for some reason, she gets roles, big starring roles at that, because she has a huge Instagram following. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. The studios are just so ass backwards nowadays. And now you really have to fight for every role, because if you're not having 10 million or plus Instagram followers, then what's the fucking point of having you in the movie? Shit, I thought it was all about talent and actually doing a good job at actually what you're supposed to be hired for. Well, shit, that's not the case anymore. I mean, the fact that Elle Fanning has 6.2 million followers on her Instagram, and that's still not enough, that asks a lot out of our society. That says a lot about us now as a big studio system for making movies. And the idea that if you're not in these big properties, then they don't want to hear from you anymore. Oh, you weren't in Star Wars? Or you weren't in Marvel? You weren't in the latest DC thing? Well, why the fuck should we care about you? Oh, I don't know, because you're a really good fucking actor, and you've actually won Academy Awards, and you've actually gotten praise from critics and fans alike. Yeah, but that doesn't really give a shit anymore. I mean, think about this. All of those old school actors that came up back in the day, whether it was the Nick Noltes or the Barbra Streisands, I could go on and on and on, man. Those actors wouldn't get nearly the same opportunities, not even close. And that's what ultimately frustrates me, is the fact that there is so many really great, talented, by the way, great struggling actors out there that can barely make the money, make rent, get food, and they're really talented. They're great fucking actors who have some really supreme talent to them. But because they don't have any type of a following, because they don't do fucking TikTok dances and show off their body in the most extreme ways, then nobody gives a shit about them. And this is the world that we're living in nowadays, man. And I gotta tell ya, I am sick of social media. I really am, dude. And maybe it's because I'm 40, right? Maybe I'm an old curmudgeon, right? Perhaps I am. Maybe I'm a fucking boomer now, okay? Fair enough. But you want to know what, man? I'm sick of the world of Twitter. I'm sick of the world of Facebook. I'm sick of the fucking world of Instagram, man. That it's all about likes. It's all about, you know, getting the latest and greatest picture so that you can get all kinds of following. Or, you know, you got to do a video just right or no one gives a shit anymore. And it's just become so artificial of a world nowadays, man. And there's no realism anymore. And we've kind of lost a little bit of ourselves and a little bit of the authenticity of life because of social media. And don't get me wrong, social media has a lot of really great things to it that I really appreciate, but it has weighed down a lot of things. And now apparently that includes movie making as well. And it just sucks that you don't go off of talent anymore. You don't go off of actually knowing how to do your job effectively. It's all about who you know and how many likes you have. And that's just a damn shame. The fact that you can't even get into the door without having X amount of followers. And you know, that's why I love old school movies. That's why I love old school actors and directors, because, you know, for me, a lot of Hollywood and movies nowadays have become watered down. And that's not to say that you can't make good movies anymore. That's not to say that you can't have really great acting. You can, but it's few and far between of what the old school stuff was. Will we ever get back to a day where we actually care about who a person is and their talent rather than what followers they have? Maybe, but it's not going to happen anytime soon, guys. And I might be a really, really, really old fucking guy before that ever happens again. But maybe I'll see it in my lifetime. Maybe. Maybe not. I might be stone cold dead by then, but maybe it'll happen. I kind of doubt it, but, well, here's the hoping. I mean, what do you think about this, guys? Do you think that this is a good idea? The fact that we're giving these people that just have more likes more opportunities? Or should it actually be about the talent and actually be about whether you're right for a role instead of how many followers you have on Twitter or Instagram or whatnot, man? It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's asinine. And you're giving up a good spot for a good actor for somebody that is a talentless hack who just knows how to do a few dances and does it quite well. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me anymore, but you know what? There's a lot of things in life that doesn't, and maybe I'm just not meant to understand it. But what do you guys think? Definitely let me know. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Movie reviews with my friends, Blu-ray pickup videos, live streams, unboxings, and so much more. If you love movies and physical media, hit subscribe and become a part of the Film Fan Nation. I want to thank my really great subscribers. You guys are amazing and awesome. You really show me the love and the great feedback and the comments, and I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It truly does. In the world of social media and YouTube, where it isn't exactly easy, you guys at least show me the love from time to time, and it makes doing this just a wee bit more worth it. Just saying, man. So if you haven't subscribed, definitely do it. Hit that notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I make a video. Also, speaking of social media, following me on Instagram and Facebook. You don't have to, but I guess it helps for the algorithms. Sure, why not, man? And also, if you want to send the channel any movie-related goodness, you can do that. The P.O. Box is in the description below. It is not expected, but it is definitely appreciated. You guys have went out of your way to send some amazing stuff to me. Physical media that I never thought I'd get in my life, and some other really great, wonderful stuff as well. So I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. So if you are interested in sending something, it is much appreciated. Link down below. And I guess with all that being said, I guess we're done with the video, man. This was a really unique and interesting ride for physical media. And oh, by the way, it ain't stopping anytime soon because the train keeps on rolling. And I will see you back next time for a brand new out and about video. Take care, everybody. And remember, happy hunting.